time, bro managed to handle them better than Bonnie Blue handles sexually transmitted diseases. It's pretty incredible stuff. Then Donald tweeted, everybody is fully aware that Iran will agree to have major nuclear weapons inspections in order to ensure nuclear honesty long into the future. President Donald J. Trump, for those of you unaware, this is literally the reason why we went to war. Now, we went to war for a couple of ultimate goals, which is why we sunk their entire navy and obliterated their entire air force and killed 2 entire rounds of Iranian leaders. The Donald, the Ayatollah killer, has managed to flex on those bastards. But to be honest, while those all were objectives of ours, which we accomplished in like 2 seconds, because we absolutely eviscerated them, we dominated them completely and utterly, the real reason why this all started is because we didn't want Iran to get nuclear weapons. Remember, they had enriched uranium up to 60%, even though they did a pinky promise with Obama that they wouldn't do it. Turns out you can't trust the terrorists whose entire ideology is so we did something very simple. We killed all the terrorists that were negotiating with Obama. We killed the next round of terrorists that were slightly close to the people that were negotiating with Obama. And now on our 3rd round, we're like, can we figure this out? So that is what's going on. Now, there's this gigantic scam about how they're going to be getting $300 billion and stuff, and they're going to be using it to build weapons and whatever. Well, it turns out the money the U.S. Treasury is releasing will be placed into escrow accounts controlled by the United States. The funds will only be able to be used to buy foods and medical supplies from the U.S., including corn, wheat, soybeans, etc. Essentially, this $300 billion fund, which, by the way, we're not giving it to them, we're just unfreezing their assets, all right? We are allowing them to use their own money, but only their own money to buy our shit. All right? Again, total and utter complete domination. Like, my guy, imagine being so thoroughly humiliated that they're like, please, please, could you let us use our own money? Okay, but only if you buy things from us. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. It's almost like we won a war or something. Now, this is a revelation from the American F-15 fighter that was taken down during the course of the conflict. An American F-15 pilot that was downed over Iran in April reported seeing Iranian drones flying in a coordinated jellyfish-like formation before he ejected. U.S. intelligence is now examining whether Iran has developed mesh-networked drone swarm technology, a capability not previously attributed to Tehran. Remember, they lied about the range of their missiles by striking Diego Garcia Island, and it turns out they actually had advanced weaponry enough to take down jets. Like, we were told forever that these guys were not a threat. They love peace. They're peace-loving Ayatollahs. Let them marry children in tranquility. Let them diddle as many goats as they want. You know, stuff like that. Let them massacre 40,000 of their own people because, well, for human rights, but not for the human rights of the people actually being oppressed. Islamic terrorists. Interestingly enough, they had technology beyond what we expected and range beyond what we expected. We did the world a positive thing here by obliterating these bastards. We really did. The Donald posted another one. Despite their protestations and false statements to the contrary, coupled with a drumbeat of the fake news, which is doing everything possible to make the U.S. victory as small and insignificant as possible, Iran has fully and completely agreed to the highest level nuclear inspections long into the future, infinity. Oh my God. This will ensure nuclear honesty. If they did not agree to this, there would be no further negotiations. Based on this and other major concessions being made by Iran, I have agreed to allow the Hormuz Strait to remain open. That's us. We're allowing it to open. Yes, world, we let you use the ocean now. You do not use the ocean without committing Trump. All right, with no all ships are remaining in place. Should it be necessary to reinstitute the blockade? Oh, wow. You mean to tell me that we're not pulling away because we lost a war or something? You mean to tell me that this is just a 60-day negotiation to see if we can get all the things we want? All the things we want, we're just going to completely economically and militarily obliterate them or something. Wow, crazy. Which seems at this point highly likely, unlikely, the money and or sanctions that the U.S. Treasury is releasing goes into escrow controlled by the USA will be used for the purchase of food and medical supplies exclusively from the United States. That's right. That's right. This is all about capitalism, baby, including corn, wheat, soybeans from our great American farmers. These are things that are desperately needed by Iran. It's true. They're starving and dead. This is a humanitarian crisis. Yeah, the actual people of Iran will not be getting any of this stuff, all right? The Islamic regime that's been doing everything they can to fund terrorism, they're going to keep probably doing that, let's be honest. And I feel it necessary to help now before it's too late. Talks are going well. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. Now, again, with Trump, you never actually knows what he's saying because he lies a lot, actually. Tactical lies, but lies nonetheless. For all you know, he's saying the talks are going quickly while he's fucking arming the nuclear warheads, right? This is Donald we're talking about. You have no idea what this goober is planning, but you know something is going on. Now, again, I mentioned it before, I'll say it again. Personally, I would obliterate them. I think they're terrorists that oppress their own people. They've killed our people, and they should die. The Donald wants to take a more diplomatic approach, and we'll see what happens, ultimately. But they have 60 days to make Donald Trump incredibly happy. If they don't, they're dead.
Not abide by the MOU. Are you still willing
What I
for
didn't say it would cause a depression. I said it could cause a depression, right? And I said that I don't want to be Herbert Hoover. That's the president I want to be because he, was in charge during the Great Depression. And certainly a lot of bad things could happen. That would be one of the things.
He
I
was
don't
gay.
think it would, but if it
He had a male mistress, a mister, some would say.
Live up to their agreement, or if they're not behaving,
Uh-oh.
I will do what I have to do.
That's right. I will push the red button.
Does that give them leverage, the Iranians leverage over you?
Leverage. You know, their Navy is
So
gone.
exasperated.
Their Air Force is gone. Their leaders are all dead. Their whole country's a mess. Their economy is shot. The Times, the fake New York Times said, oh, it's about the same as it was 4 months ago. No, 4 months ago they had a Navy, 159
That's true, they
ships
did.
to be exact.
They had a Navy,
It's
right?
gone. The whole
Where is
Navy's
it?
gone.
Where'd it go?
250 airplanes, all gone.
Did we do that?
Their radar is gone. These guys love radar. Their radar is gone. Everything's gone. Their leaders are gone.
And
Their whole country is gone.
Mr.
And the
Ayatollah
Times said,
died in the first 2 seconds of the war.
The news is doing so badly. Or let's put it another way. The reason that I won in a landslide, even though I got 92% negative press, all fake press, is because nobody believes the press anymore.
True.
And they have to start
Truth
believing.
nuke.
When
right.
the Times and a couple of others, they're grasping for straws. When they say that Iran is about the same as it was 4 months. 4 months ago, they had a powerful Navy, they had a powerful Air Force. You know, most of their missiles are gone. Most of their launching pads are gone. Most of their manufacturing capacity for drones and missiles is
Damn,
gone.
bro.
About 87% gone. And then I hear, oh, they're in such great shape. No, they're gone. And their first level of leaders, gone. Their second level of leaders, gone.
Bro, just glazing
Their
himself
third
at this
level of
point.
leaders, you have to hear the
Oh
conversations.
my God.
Who wants to be president? Well, I don't want it. Nobody wants to be president.
I wonder why.
And then we have to read that
Oops.
they're doing well. They're doing so badly. In the meantime, we're setting records. We have the strongest economy we've ever had. We have 18 to 19 trillion dollars being poured into our country. We're building factories all over the place. We have more people working today than at any time in the history of our country at higher salaries. So when you ask a question like that,
This is right. And the entire media is playing this game. Oh, yes, it's true that we won militarily and economically. And it's true that all their leaders were killed and their country's in shambles and they lost thousands of soldiers. But it was a strategic victory on their part. You have to literally think they're actually retards. There's no other way you could possibly have that opinion. Literally. What strategic victory did they have? That they're not all dead, only most of them? Like I don't understand what we're doing here. Right, now, the Donald said that Marco and JD are killing it.
I think that they're doing a fantastic job. Our secretary is fantastic. I think he's maybe going to go down as the best ever. And I thought J.D. Vance this morning was fantastic. I watched his news conference, and from Switzerland, he's a very smart guy. Did a great job. You know, when I look at the Democrats, I call them the Democrats.
That's true. They're dumb.
When I watched that, where one of them thought it was World War XI. She said World War XI. She read World War.
Dude, we have to remind them of this forever. Ilhan Omar called World War II World War XI, bro. Because it's double I. Oh, my God.
You know about that, right? This is one of their potential leaders, Ilhan Omar, who married her brother to get into the country. But
he just doesn't stop. He lays it on further and further. The craziest thing is, so in my opinion, you already heard my analysis of this probably. I think Rubio is trying to convince Trump to bomb the shit out of them. I think Vance is trying to convince Trump to make a peace deal. So I think Vance, I think Trump is basically saying, okay, Vance, you have 60 days. 60 days. Figure it out with the Iranians. They're gay. I don't like them, but figure it out. If you can't, we go the Rubio option. So, we'll see what happens. Now, Rubio had this to say from a few months ago. I just want to play this clip because this will break you.
The world is changing very fast right in front of us. No. The old world is gone, frankly, the world I grew up in, and we live in a new era in
We live in a new era.
Politics, and it's going to require all of us to sort of re-examine what that looks like and what
We're going to need to re-examine the new era.
our role is going to be. And we've had many of these conversations in private with many of our allies. We are our allies. And we need to continue to have those conversations. And I think Saturday, hopefully, and the meetings we'll have there when Lucas and them.
Yeah, and meanwhile, what happened? Maduro gone. Khomeini gone. Keir Starmer gone. The old guard is just collapsing in front of us. We are actually witnessing a new era entirely. Anyway, the Donald keeps going off on the Democrats.
Watch AOC have no idea on a simple question, what happened when she was over in Switzerland, which she probably never went there before, but she was. And then I watched somebody like JD or Marco. I said, what a difference. What a difference. What a difference a brain makes.
A brain, it just changes everything. Once you have a brain, everything's different. So JD was announcing progress on the nuclear talks.
Yesterday was a very, very good day. We made a lot of good progress. We did exactly what we wanted to do, which is accomplish 4 things for the American people. First, we wanted to build a mechanism for keeping the Strait of Hormuz open. It is open. We've seen, of course, gas prices and oil prices come down.
What? I thought this was going to be the next Great Depression. That's what Tucker Carlson told me. More on him in a few minutes.
Millions and millions of barrels of crude and natural gas flowing through the Strait of Hormuz that weren't flowing before. But we also wanted to make sure that we actually set up the coordination mechanism so that we could demine the Straits of Hormuz, so that when there are the conflicts that inevitably come up, we can make sure we work through them rather than that leading to escalation. And that is exactly what we did yesterday.
Oh, bye.
Number 2, we also wanted to build a mechanism, a similar mechanism for
Shit, that was the wrong thing. God damn it. So I'm just gonna.
deconfliction for the regional ceasefire. As the President of the United States has himself said, sometimes these ceasefires just mean you're shooting a little bit less, but we wanted to make sure that we had the proper coordination set up so that if there is shooting, if Hezbollah fires at Israel or if Israel responds, if there are other conflicts that arise in the region, we're actually talking to each other and figuring out how to stop the shooting, how to make the region safe.
See, again, I don't know what the game plan is here, but it kind of seems naive. It's like, don't respond to terrorist attacks, shooting rockets at your civilians. It definitely is a weird perspective. It's like, I wonder if J.D. Vance properly understands the actual Islamist jihadist mindset. That's one. 2, he's trying to make a deal. If he gets them to agree to the deal, in my opinion, he's going to unshackle the hands of anyone that wants to blow up terrorists. Again, we will see what happens ultimately, but it's a very fine line that he's dancing.
For our allies and everybody else. We set that up as well. Number 3, and this is probably what we're most excited about as Americans, the Iranians have agreed to invite IAEA inspectors back into their country. That is a major milestone for the Americans. First step.
By the way, that goes to show how cooked they are. All right, they are so fundamentally mega giga-fucked to the point that they're willing to bring people in to make sure that they can never actually be a threat to anyone literally ever. It's pretty incredible if you think about it.
In permanently denuclearizing or permanently ending a nuclear weapons program in Iran.
WJ10K7 custom viewers and chatters on YouTube. Watch V5MWL4GB0.
Remember when Donald, I covered this in my previous video, the Donald dropped the nuke and basically said that we're going to kill you if you don't want to make a deal. All right, he basically said that. And then after saying that, the craziest twist of all time was essentially, no one saw this one coming. The entire Islamic regime kind of ran away in the middle of the conference. right? They all like literally picked themselves up and ran away because they were scared of Trump because he made a tweet. Dude, that's how fucking pressed they are. I covered that yesterday. But anyway, Vance gives some first eyewitness testimony.
Tell us what happened.
No, they didn't throw a wrench in the system. The thing with the Iranians, yes, they did threaten to walk out, or at least there were social media threats that they would walk out. But we were negotiating well past 1 in the morning yesterday, so they didn't walk out. And their technical team is still here in Bergenstock working with our technical team actually as we speak, though I imagine maybe some of them are taking a break to watch this news conference. But look, what we told the Iranians yesterday is when you guys engage in what us millennials might call trash talk, you can't expect the President of the United States not to respond and not to correct the record. So when they say things that aren't true, the president is going to respond to it. I'm going to respond to it. Americans are going to respond to it. When they make threats that aren't rooted in reality, they have to accept that the president of the United States is actually going to set the record straight. That's all that happened. So yes, there was a little bit of threatening, there was a little bit of whining, but at the end of the day, the talks continued and we made great progress.
Right, so Trump made a threat. They all tried to leave. They were all terrified. Vance told them, sit your asses back down, and they did that. And then they made believe they left and stormed out, but they didn't because they desperately need a deal or they're all going to die. It's pretty incredible if you think about it. It really is. So it seems like Iran agreed to nuclear inspectors, buying U.S. farm products, 60-day roadmap for the final peace deal. We will see what happens. Now, while all this is going down, obviously, there is some updates on the actual ground war that's been going on. And by that, I mean the Iranian Revolution. For those of you that are unaware, the Iranian regime massacred 40,000 of their own people, and the people are really tired of being oppressed. They've been oppressed by Islamist fuckwads for the last 47 years, and honestly, crazy things are still happening. So while these peace talks are going on, we got the largest cyber attack ever hit Iran's banking system. All right, so that's probably the Jews. Let's be real. That's probably the Jews. You know, listen, man, I'm just being honest with you. That was almost certainly the Jews, all right? If I know cyber attacks and banking, that's Jews. That's a Jew mark right there. Anyway, JD and Jared Kushner got them to buy our farm products with the unfrozen assets. Again, just unbelievable W's in regards to the actual negotiations. But the crazy thing is, he was arguing with Iranians apparently for 9 hours straight.
Interpret what happened.
No, I mean, I trust me, I've spent a lot of time dealing with the Iranians over the last few months. Sometimes I find them extremely confusing as negotiators. But look, we had a little press conference. They obviously don't quite have the same First Amendment protections in Iran that we have in the United States of America. We talked to you guys and then had a series of really good meetings. What I did find kind of funny is that after that initial meeting, there was this, sort of social media firestorm where everybody said the Iranians are going to leave, and then we proceeded to talk to them for like the next 9 hours. So
yeah, all their threats, oh, we're going to leave, proceed to not leave because, obviously, because they need a deal desperately or they're all going to die. It's like they play a big game, right? They get all the Pakistani bot farms on their side. All the Pakistanis are like, yes. They're really showing America. But they need a deal more than anybody else does. Now, the interesting twist in all this, Tucker Carlson had like this big storm-off moment where he says he's out. He is done with the Republican Party, which, again, not a surprise. Obviously, this is going to happen. This is either because he's going to try to get some sort of Islamoid victory on the Democrat side, or because he's an operative, or he is actually going to throw a wrench in the Republican Party and try to split it. I don't know, split it on Israel, split it on Islam, whatever you want to split it on. Bro has his hands in way too many pockets.
All right, it doesn't say it at the top anymore, so.
His entire show, he got a $15 million donation from Omid Malik, an Iranian billionaire. All right, he has a house in Qatar. He goes to Russia to sniff the bread there and talk about how good it is. Like, it was obviously an op. His father was a CIA agent. Like, it's incredibly obvious that Tucker Carlson has some nefarious shit going on. I've been calling it for months now, and everyone's catching up. Now, it is worth pointing out this old Tucker Carlson tweet because he has been a pessimistic disinformation merchant for the longest time ever. I remember when he made this tweet, and I called this out, and I got so much shit for it. This is his tweet. It's worth pointing out that a strike on Iranian nuclear sites will almost certainly result in thousands of American deaths at bases throughout the Middle East and cost the United States tens of billions of dollars. The cost of future acts of terrorism on American soil might be even higher. Those aren't guesses. Those are the Pentagon's own estimates. A bombing campaign against Iran will set off a war. and it won't be America's war. Don't let the propagandists lie to you. He is the propagandist. He's got 100,000 likes, 10 million views. Every Pakistani on the planet was fucking ecstatic when they saw this one. This is Pakistani paradise when Tucker Carlson comes to the aid of the terrorists. It's literally everyone's favorite day. So he was totally wrong. Let me just remind you, we did not have boots on the ground. We did not have thousands of American deaths, thank God. All right, it did not cost, X tens of billions of dollars, at least not compared to the amount of Somali fraud. We lost more money to Somalis in America than we have to this Iran conflict, where we stopped an enemy that wants us dead from having a nuclear weapon. And then, you get, those aren't guesses. He drops in there, even though he was totally wrong about everything. But he's not the only retard that's probably a foreign asset. All right, we got this fucker, too, Ian Carroll. He's been pushing the whole Israel used time travelers to kill Charlie Kirk thing. Charlie Kirk was killed by a gunman underground and also an exploding microphone and an electroshock collar and also a time-traveling bullet. All right, all that, that's actually what killed Charlie Kirk. So Ian Carroll had this to say, in case you're confused about what the next step is, after Iran has launched such an evil and violent, quote, unprovoked attack on U.S. military personnel, this didn't happen. We have no choice but to put boots on the ground. Give it a month or two, probably less. Yeah, anyway, this was, Anyway, this was a year ago. 1 year ago, Ian Carroll said, in a month, we will have boots on the ground because of a terrible Iranian attack on American soil. Anyway, yeah, so that didn't happen, obviously. Again, they're all retards. They're all retard disinformation merchants trying to divide us on purpose because they want to destroy the West. They do, in my opinion. So Tucker Carlson, this is where he states he's done with supporting the Republican Party.
I would not support the Republican Party. There's no chance I would support the Republican Party. I'm not going to support the Democratic Party. I don't know what I'm going to do. But at this point...
Just understand what that means for a second. If you're not going to support the Republican Party and you're going to tell your audience of conservatives not to vote for the Republican Party, you are definitionally trying to get the race communist, gay, trans, activist, furry, open borders party to win. That's what you're trying to do here. Again, I don't like the Republican Party as it stands, so you know what I vote for? You know what I'm trying to do? I'm trying to get every radical, far right, they call them far right person in the country to win their local elections so that we could reshape the party from within to actually properly reflect American sentiment. That's right. I don't want to have a single one of these rhinos in the party, and we are going to reshape the party from the inside out. We have a gigantic movement of radicalized young people that are tired of the status quo, and that's how we're going to change this country.
That's the guy being dance for.
Or your supporters just not to vote for the conservatives, you're handing the country to the race communists that want the borders open, all right? But he knows that because he wants the borders open too, because he's being paid by Islam. Understand what we're dealing with. All right, so, he's, again, now he's super against the Republican Party. Now, interestingly enough, right after saying he's done with the Republican Party, he has to say he likes J.D. Vance a lot. Interesting.
At this point.
What's your take on J.D. Vance? Do you think he is still America first? Because I know you were friends.
I love J.D. Vance.
You do.
He loves him.
Yeah, I know J.D. so well. And
he knows him so well. His son worked for him. He loves J.D. Vance. Now, there's a really interesting reason for this. It turns out J.D. Vance is really close with Peter Thiel, the Palantir guy. Peter Thiel is also really close with Tucker Carlson. Isn't that weird? That's weird, right?
Vice President Vance, and I've known him since long before he got into politics.
So he was a plant? Are you saying J.D. Vance was a plant? How would you know J.D. Vance from Ohio, all right, before he got into politics?
I know his family well, and
okay, if we want to get the word out for this club, we're gonna have to do some flyering. Flyering on an industrial scale. We're gonna pick up a chopper, fly out, and airdrop marketing all over this city.
And now he's trying to appease the Islamists across the world, man. Listen, man, dude. Listen, if I was a conspiracy, I would be putting a lot of dots on the map all over. Tucker Carlson, gigantic Islam apologist, is now admitting that despite leaving the Republican Party, he's still besties with J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance literally is the Republican Party. He's the vice president of the United States of America, by the way. And, for the most part, he does a really good job. Interestingly enough, he's very, very still pro J.D. Vance, who is currently appeasing Islamists across the world.
I remain. I think he's in an impossible situation.
It's not his fault.
Vice president does not make the policy. The vice president
wants Hezbollah to grow stronger. No one. They're fundamentalist Muslims. They can't possibly help Lebanon.
W Israel killing Hezbollah. Let's go. Me and old Shank back when he used to, before he wanted to have sex with animals. Everything was different.
And if they do harm to our interests as the state of Iran or Syria, we will crush them.
W Shank, what can I say? And they did. They captured our embassy workers. They killed our soldiers. And now they're dying. W Shank.
They know, right? It's that they keep firing the rockets into Israel. You can't keep firing rockets into Israel and go, oh, wow, look at that. They made it. Never would have suspected that.
That's right, Shank. Shank was cooking. Shank was cooking before he probably got a gigantic donation from some retard overseas.
So, and that's Iran and Syria encouraging Hezbollah and Hamas.
Oh, so you agree Hezbollah and Hamas are terrorist organizations aided by Iran?
To do that because they want to
Some would call that littering. I would call that promoting the best club in Los Santos. Great job.
Some rockets from our side onto Israel's
That's
side.
right. They're retards.
But nothing happened.
Well, things happened. They found out. Old Shank knew what he was saying.
Well, that was a pretty bad idea.
That was a pretty bad idea. Consistent with most Palestinian ideas, actually. Now, Anna Kasparian on the other.
Hey, are you busy? There's been a development with the attempted buyout, and we may need your help. Please swing by my office as soon as you can.
They hate the West, they support every terrorist organization, and it becomes really obvious.
A new survey indicates that white Christians are, for the first time, a minority in the United States. Well, the first time since whites came and basically did their colonial thing. But anyway, let's move on.
Christians, we're killing Christians, Lamau. That's what they're saying. But just understand, civilizational enemies of the West.
Wiped out everyone else.
Wiped out everyone else, exactly. Now, the survey that was done by Public Religion Institute actually talked to...
I love how, according to these people, Christians that live in America, you know, a country founded by Christians, they're bad, they're not supposed to be here. But Turks are supposed to be in America. Turks are, but the Christians? Oh, that's unacceptable.
Over 100,000 people in the U.S., and the whole point was to find out whether or not there are differences in religious leanings and what the minorities and majorities are in regard to religious affiliation. Here's what they found. White Christians, once predominant in the country's religious life, now comprise only 43% of the population. Just to give you an example of what that population used to be like, 4 decades ago, about 8 in 10 Americans were white Christians.
Wow, that is half. It used to be 80%, now it's 43%. That is a giant difference in 4 decades. And that is, by the way, exactly why we're seeing the overreaction from the right wing that we are today. They're in a panic. Oh my God, our time is almost up. We used to rule everything, and soon everybody will be equal.
Yeah, we're gonna rule everything again very soon, and we're gonna report your ass. I hope you understand. But yes, so civilizational enemies. Interesting enough, these are the guys that are in like every couple of calls. So, you know, like he had Anna Kasparian, he had Shank Finger. It's pretty weird if you think about it. Now, interestingly enough, speaking of terrorists, beneath the hilltop village kilometers from the Israeli border, the IDF uncovered subterranean Hezbollah drone facilities over the past decade with direct Iranian assistance. Protected by massive steel blast doors, tunnel extends several hundred meters into the mountain at the depths of 29 meters, 95 feet, running beneath a mosque, of course, obviously. No one saw this coming. Terrorist HQ. Alright, the passage was wide enough for a standard vehicle. Inside, Hezbollah assembled Iranian-made UAVs using parts smuggled into Lebanon and launched them in Israel. Israeli military officials disclosed this site during an organized media tour last week. Pretty insane stuff, honestly, if you think about it. Imagine having this on your border. Just lobbing fucking drones and rockets into your cities. So, yes.
Plenty of supplies, no product. What the hell's going on in here, people?
60-day ceasefire. Israel is going to finish up their security buffer zone.
You know what? I'm going to run a...
And then all of a sudden, Hezbollah will not.
I'm going to steal that little bit of supplies.
So they have to give up everything or die. Again, we will see how this plays out, but I think the Donald is cooking. Now, we talked about it.
We've hired one of our rivals guys to come with the supplies and do some work on the equipment. Pick him up and bring him in.
The Anti-Defamation League, and in my opinion, one of the root causes for anti-Semitism of all time. Retarded, woke, leftist organization. CEO's a Jew, obviously. You motherfucker! Fucking time. All right, basically ran this entire thing talking about how Goyslop is actually an anti-Semitic slang term. Now, Goy is a Hebrew word for nation, which is used by Jews to refer to non-Jews. So now they're saying anti-Semites are using Goyslop to promote a conspiracy theory that Jewish people profit from potentially distributing fast food. I mean, is that a lie? Are we lying here? I think Goyslop is a hilarious term. I think it's awesome. You're going to tell me that Hollywood isn't producing Goyslop?
God damn it!
Of course, Admiral mixed it with a bunch of other versions of the attention of Goy. Obviously, type of food or something. The Goy meat, usually related to Israel, makes sense. You know, etc., etc. So, you know, I think that the ADL fucking we're going to use a word that was but no, you're not allowed to use that word to swear again. Jews, like, fucking retarded. Now, you have to understand the way the ADL operates. They make tweets like this because they want people in their replies to say this. Don't these replies, like, look at all the anti-Semitism that exists. Please donate money to us. The same way the SPLC was funding the KKK. The ADL does the same thing. Stirs up fake anti-Semitism to make it seem like that they're fighting the good fight. These leftoids are a nightmare, an actual nightmare. Jews are a nightmare. Goyim are a nightmare. Real anti-Semitism? This is real anti-Semitism. These are two nurses in Australia.
Sure, I have a question though. I have a question. Let's say an Israeli. Forbid.
I won't break them.
You killed them? So if an Israeli is in Australia and God forbid something happened to him and he comes to your hospital, would you kill him?
Okay, you have no idea how many Israelis had a dog.
Oh, I got hit by a fucking car.
Sure, I have a question.
Right, so that's anti-Semitism, I would say. You know, the guy saying we will kill Jews, and in fact we have killed Jews as nurses. Now, the judge threw out this case
enough of bitches, sorry.
Footage was recorded without consent. All right, the threats were real, but they didn't know they were being recorded, so they threw out the case. You know, see, I think that's cringe. You want to know another example of anti-Semitism? The fact that hatred and not crack down on violence against Jews in New York. This is fucking crazy. So yes, Zohran Mamdani, mayor of New York, is trying to create a little ethnic enclave in New York City, and also block ICE from doing anything.
As their mayor, I firmly believe that ICE should be abolished.
Who the fuck are you to say that ICE should be abolished? Fucking Ugandan piece of shit. Like, are we even being serious here? So yes, when he's trying to turn New York City into Islamabad too, that shit comes with a side dish of anti-Semitism. So whenever I see the ADL not call that out, because why would the ADL call out fucking leftists? They love leftists. But they're gonna call out Goyslop. Oh, I saw a guy online saying Goyslop. You are the fucking problem. Now, the Pope came out as a communist while Elon Musk is suing a communist. All right, the Pope says it is important to resist the commodification of basic human needs. Food, water, healthcare should not be subordinated to market considerations or geopolitical interests. Access to adequate food is a fundamental human right. There's no such thing as fundamental human rights. Grounded in the dignity of every person, meeting this need is not only alleviates suffering, but addresses underlying cause of geopolitical instability. Indeed, food security is an essential component of global and integral security. Meanwhile, you have people like the Islamic regime in Iran that literally steals the food from the people. Same with Hamas, same with Hezbollah, same with all these fucking terrorist organizations. Dude is literally pushing for globalist communism where I have to work my ass off because cannibals in Africa are not getting enough food. This is crazy, by the way. I criticize every single Jew that's pushing like the global communist agenda stuff, and I'm gonna criticize everyone that does that actually. It is actually antithetical to biblical principle. According to the Bible, you give tithes 10% plus an extra little bit for like priests and stuff. The idea that I need to be taxed ad nauseum to insane degrees so that I can fund barbarians that quite honestly want me dead is not a biblical principle, and it's crazy to see this everywhere. Now, the really interesting thing, though, is the Elon Musk story. So, a New York Post says Elon Musk needs to answer for 4.5 million kids sentenced to death over Doge cuts, Ro Khanna argues. Now, Ro Khanna is a Islamist. I think he's from India. So this guy says, in a matter of weeks, USAID's death toll went from 500K to 1 million to now 4.5 million. It's literally another Holocaust. Well, now, yeah, got it? Do you get it, guys? Now, Doge cut off things that we should not be spending money on abroad, which makes sense, including USAID, which funded everything from condoms to Gaza to lesbian opera in Sudan and fucking LGBT activism in Afghanistan. So much USAID funding ended up falling into the hands of terrorists. Literally, Al-Qaeda was using USAID products. Now, the claim is that also in this USAID, there's also unbelievable amount of aid, and so many of these people are dying. Now, I'm going to tell you something, and this is a truth nuke. If our country has an obligation to sustain the well-being of every human being on the planet, then you have that same obligation. If you have extra money in your bank account, you should immediately be giving it to Africa. There is no because there are no limits to this.
God damn, he fucking sucks.
For people that quite literally rather the Africans survive than we survive. They
He didn't even kill me! Got killed by an NPC before he killed me. Oh, holy shit.
But holy shit, Elon gets it done. No, I'm not gonna make the joke. I will not. Anyway, Elon Musk says the standard applied by Doge was very simple and easy. Provide contact information to the recipients of aid so we can confirm it's not fraudulent. Now, a lot of the aid, in quotes, that was going was all this money was getting skimmed off the top by GMOs. All right, gigantic GMOs. Non-for-profit, organizations that were just skimming off the top because there were like 16 middlemen before it went to the fucking warlord in Africa. And then the warlord in Africa ended up hoarding all that shit and then didn't actually end up going to the people. So Elon Musk basically said when it came to Doge, provide contact information for the recipients of aid so that we can confirm it's not fraudulent. The reality is that money was being sent to corrupt politicians under the guise of aid. Liars and stock traders inside like Ro the Robber should be in prison. Now, he's referring to Ro the Robber this way because Ro Khanna, a Indian Muslim guy, immigrant fellow, all right? Just understand what we're dealing with. This guy over here immigrates to the United States, ends up in Congress somehow. He's worth $450 million. And let me remind you, he did not donate all that to Africa, even though he is killing millions by not donating all that money to Africa. But he doesn't care that he is a mass genocider killing Africans because he's not giving all that money to Africa. See how that works? Now, Robert Khanna, people are starting to wonder, how is it possible? He was worth $30 million in 2016. Now he's worth $233 million in 2024. It just absolutely shoots upward just tremendously. Robert Khanna, Elon Musk says. Now, interestingly enough, 631 million total trade volume across 38,666 trades since entering Congress. Most prolific Democrat trader in House history. Now, the funny thing is, like most people, they go into Congress and they do some insider trading, but they don't want it to be too obvious. They'll make a couple of million, don't get me wrong. They're all probably fucking scammers and cheats. But here you got the one Indian guy, and he just fucking doesn't care at all. He just goes all in. He's just like, oh, hey, there's free ketchup packets in the McDonald's. I am going to take a gigantic garbage bag and fill it with ketchup packets. 2022 investigation found 15% overlap between his legislative work and family stock holdings. That means there was insider trading. Ro Khanna's AI-focused trades returned 112.1% excess over the S&P 500 from January 2024 to April 2026, far beating Nancy Pelosi. Wow. 143% return on NVIDIA shares bought via his wife's trust fund. That's right. It wasn't it was his wife that bought it. Yeah, he had no idea that he was literally signing AI legislation while his wife was investing in AI. Now, Elon Musk says yes to this. Elon Musk calls for the arrest of Ro the Robert Khanna. The U.S. Department of Justice announced that USAID
I gotta go down that other road. Okay, I know where I'm going.
Guilty from a bribery scheme involving more than $550 million in contracts. Yet Ro Khanna is claiming Elon should be investigated over Doge spending cuts. Interesting. I wonder if there's another reason why he's so mad that Elon Musk cut government funding. So, Elon said that Elon stands for the 4.5 million kids sentenced to death. Again, this is a retarded framing. By this metric, anyone that has money, the more money you have in the bank account that you are not giving to Africans, the more Africans you are murdering. This is the logic. According to the AI, with $450 million, you can save 150,000 lives in Africa. So in my opinion, Ro-Khanna single-handedly did double the war in Gaza than what happened in Africa. That's right, 72,000 people in Gaza died so over the course of this war that Hamas decided to start because they're retarded. Ro-Khanna, in my opinion, killed double that many people by not donating his money to Africa. And then he goes after trillionaire Elon Musk. Oh, Elon Musk, he's a trillionaire. We need to tax him into oblivion. Oh, I'm just worth 450.
So I understand that your MO is up to you, but there are steps you can take to ensure the element of surprise is on your side. Introducing a little chaos into the cartel supply line is one of them. If you do, they'll assume your arrival on the train is just an unscheduled delivery. And if nothing else, the looks on their faces will be highly amusing.
Aren't I a more moral guy? Wow, the foreigners just pillaging our land. Breaking Elon indicates he's suing Rep. Ro-Khanna after Khanna said Elon needs to answer for 4.5 million kids dying because of Doge cuts. Time to sue this liar. It's insane. It's absolute insanity. So again, this guy says, no, the Doge guys did not kill millions of children. If you participate in popularizing this disgusting, dehumanizing lie, you're going to hell, by the way. By the way, you're going to hell. Now, again, the left lies in order to activate people. That's how they operate. They'll say that, oh, 4.5 million children are dying in Africa because of Trump administration, and also Trump is a pedophile because there was an email where Jeffrey Epstein tried to stop Trump from becoming president. So, and Jeffrey Epstein was a pedophile, so obviously Trump is also probably a pedophile. They don't care about the reality at all. You know, they'll call everyone a Hitler and a Nazi, and then they'll celebrate your death. They use words as weapons. It's a gigantic propaganda machine to destroy you. So Elon Musk is absolutely, this is a total lie. Although it didn't require contact with aid recipients to confirm that funds were being used legitimately. Anything less than this is insane. Yeah, why should we just be giving infinite money to people that we don't even know who the fuck they are? Right, where everyone's skimming off the
time has come to throw the cartel supply lines into disarray. We need them in a state of chaos. So when our unscheduled train delivery arrives at the factory, they just wave it through. So our primary objective is to locate their depot and sabotage their fleet of delivery trucks. Our secondary objective is to find a key card that'll allow us access to the factory's restricted areas. Oh, and keep an eye out for a driver uniform. That can come in handy for getting into the depot to hit the trucks.
Base, you told him he did a Holocaust. That's what we call slander.
He called on the Justice Department to put me in prison.
Base, you're calling an American patriot a genocider of 4.5 million people.
That's right. The world's richest person has spent all day tweeting going after me. Why?
I found a schedule on it that says there should be delivery vans leaving this establishment
so that's his
any
job.
minute.
Hack
all the vans, and we can use the GPS to find the depot where they load up the drugs. That's where we're gonna hit them.
To the deaths
We're
of
getting our
millions
money's
of
worth out of
children
that guy's hacking
You
device.
said Elon killed 4.5 million people.
His money's worth.
That's pretty different.
overseas. You know, Elon, I thought you were a free speech guy.
Yeah, you're allowed to say what you want, and he's allowed to sue you for slander. That's how it works.
Why not debate me on these issues instead of threatening lawfare?
You're threatening lawfare! What he's really saying is,
if we hack additional vans, we can patch the information.
What if they figure out all the fraud?
If you take possession of a uniform,
You're not
it might allow you some discretion in the garage.
I'm the guy.
He just did. He just intimidated you, my guy.
Who stood up to the Epstein class and...
Wow! You mean he took a position that pedophilia is bad? You might not remember this. Elon Musk also stood up to the Epstein class, as you call them. By the way, the term Epstein class is a signifier of low IQ. They marry children in the country that you came
You know what?
Ro-Khanna. Children younger than Epstein's youngest victim. That's one. And two, coincidentally, Ro-Khanna was completely silent for 4 years under Biden. Only when Trump takes office is the Epstein files all of a sudden the biggest issue. Wow, so brave.
And worked with Massey to get the Epstein files released. I'm the guy who stood up against AIPAC and called out a genocide.
Wow! You stood out against AIPAC, one of the most universally detested lobbying groups in the world? The bravery! You even pushed the fake genocide hoax, making believe that killing Hamas terrorists is genocide? the bravery of this man as he appeals to every single foreigner in the country.
And I'm the guy who stood up to billionaires in my district who ran someone against me and still...
You're worth $450 million. Standing up to billionaires is not a flex.
...called for a wealth tax. So I'm not going to be intimidated.
He called for a wealth tax for billionaires. You know why? Because he's not there yet.
...or silenced. I need your help. I need the help of folks to sign this petition and help me stand up to power.
Sign the petition for what? Elon Musk to not sue you? That's not how America works. It's crazy how these people operate. These gigantic pussies. Now, what makes this even funnier is Elon Musk killed 4.5 million kids. Oh, that's defamatory as hell, bud. See you in court. Can we talk about this? Can we just talk about this stuff? You're the free speech guy. But you like free speech. Can we, let's not go to court. Complete fucking pussy. It's crazy. Now, so this is Rokana, basically, as we just saw, crying. I don't want to do lawfare. I'm against lawfare. I'm a free speech guy. Let's handle this in a debate. No! Anyway, this was also Rokana.
There needs to be accountability for Elon Musk. He needs to be subpoenaed. He needs to face investigation.
I thought you were against lawfare.
He needs to answer for what he did with Doge.
It's just sad to me that Elon Musk,
He needs to answer via lawfare? Why don't you debate him?
held himself as this champion of free speech, is
patriot,
afraid to debate me.
Why the fuck does Elon Musk need to debate your fucking retard ass, bro? Why does why does Elon Musk owe you the time of day? As you basically go on your fucking news show and you go and you be like, yes, Elon Musk killed 4.5 million children in Africa. Why won't he debate me? Yeah, holy shit.
Anything, I would have a better claim for defamation, but I don't believe in filing lawsuits and lawfare. I believe in free speech.
There needs to be.
I believe in free speech. I don't believe in lawfare. Anyway, we need to subpoena Elon Musk for his work on Doge. The problem, these people are such fucking liars. It's crazy. Of course, Elon Musk posted this, all right, about, multiple Islamist terrorist attacks and rape gangs in England. Like, it's actually an incredible video.
Army base bomb plot. The 2020 London attack. The Stockholm bomber, who was a suicide bomber who come to the UK from Sweden and went and blew himself up in Sweden. The 7/7 suicide bombers, killing 52. The fertilizer bomb plot. The gas limos plot. It's the base and the home of Al Masradin, who their head office was in my town. That's one of the world's most known terrorist organisations. It was the home of 12 ISIS recruits. His entire family went to join ISIS during the time of the Caliphate.
It's just literally a 4.5-minute long video listing off Islamist terrorist attacks that happened in the United Kingdom, a pretty small country, all things considered. Mehdi Hassan, of course, responds, isn't it weird how all the foreigners that make believe they're Americans, they hate Hitler, they all hate Elon Musk or something because now you're able to talk about Muslim terrorist attacks? Right? It was so weird. So Mehdi Hassan says, ask yourself why the world's richest man is amplifying an anti-Muslim thug. I don't know, maybe he doesn't like Islamic terrorism, and he convicted criminal in the UK just days after an alleged anti-Muslim terror attack in the United Kingdom, which my jazz mentioned. No! You're not allowed to talk about Islamic terrorism! It might cause Islamophobia, bro! It might cause Islamophobia. Now, when we're talking about rich people being absolute retards, all right, the entire cast of The View came together to support Carmelo Anthony, all right? In libtard world in America, these people are speedrunning being complete fucking retards.
Oh no, is this Whoopi Goldberg?
It is. Every time she opens her mouth, you're about to hear the dumbest fucking thing on the planet.
No. Is this what I think it's gonna be?
Oh, yeah.
This story we've been following this, and so now there's new footage that has been released of the moments after high schooler Carmelo Anthony fatally stabbed Austin Metcalf.
Murdered.
Put his hands on me. He put his hands on me. He was sentenced to 35 years in prison, which he's appealing.
Not enough. Should have executed him.
People believe that race was a factor in the trial because
he literally murdered. So he stabbed him in the heart, man, and he admitted he did it. And there's so many witnesses. Like, everyone that does this is like, okay, so Whoopi Goldberg just wants it to be legal to kill white people. You know, I'm really tired of making believe that that's not the case.
There were no black jurors.
There were no black jurors.
Yeah, because they would have lied.
Because the black jurors said that race would be a factor and they wouldn't want to put a brother in jail. I'm not even kidding. They literally said that.
One prospective juror who prosecutors identified as African American said he would have a hard time putting a brother in jail.
They were struck.
Yeah, so obviously that is not a biased guy. So they got rid of him. Based. Actually, tribalism is not acceptable in American law.
Why? And
Why?
some folks think, no, he got a.
See, she doesn't even explain why there were no black jurors. Just like, oh, racism, oh.
Never explain the reason why. You're not including that information because you want to poison the well and make people think that the jury was racist.
So it's actually because she wants it to be legal to kill white people. And I'm really tired of making believe that it's anything other than that.
But is this a jury of his peers?
I don't think so. This has been an issue for such a long time in the judicial system where generally a juror of color for a race neutral.
Generally, look at what she's saying. She's saying and implying that they struck them because they were black for a race neutral reason, which it's actually the opposite. They struck them because they were being race biased.
You're not supposed to just strike someone because they're black.
That's not what happened, and they know that.
I also think we have to look at self-defense here because there seems to be two systems of justice at play in this country.
Yeah.
And there have been for a very long time.
It's when a white person does this, everybody agrees that it was bad and the white person goes to jail. And when a black person does this, you have a bunch of black people that go out and say that the jury was racist and it was rigged and come up with infinitely many racial justifications for why stabbing somebody in the chest with a knife is okay.
I was part of the system, so I understand that, and I believe that to
That's
be
the
true.
problem.
In this case, this young man, you heard him say he put his hands on me, and I told him not to.
Well, I mean, of course he's telling the truth. You should immediately believe that the person that stabbed somebody in the chest is telling the truth. What about all the other witnesses?
More than 10 of these students and teammates testified that Austin Metcalf repeatedly asked Anthony to leave. Several recalled Anthony responding, "Touch me and find out." Metcalf tried to avoid a fight, telling Anthony, quote, "Dude, I'm not going to fight you out of track me." Anthony pulled out a 5-inch folding knife from his backpack and stabbed Metcalf in the chest.
And the other kid was also taller than he is. He was the only black kid under the tent. The victim here had his twin brother with him, who was also a very large person.
So you're trying to imply that the brother has some sort of implicit guilt of bullying Carmelo Anthony? Is this it?
If you don't fear for your life, if you weigh 130 pounds, I weigh 130 pounds. Facing somebody that's 200 pounds, I would be terrified.
What's facing, bro? He stabbed him in the heart. Are we being serious? These people, they want it to be legal to murder white people, actually.
Of that. So I don't understand why self-defense was rejected by this jury.
Because there were 20 witnesses that all said that it wasn't, and he was the aggressor because he was in a place he shouldn't have been, and he said, "Touch me, see what happens," and then he stabbed somebody in the heart with a knife. So this is what people like her do. They just simply misrepresent the situation and lie to their viewers.
Yeah.
She's omitting massive, huge...
Again, the truth doesn't matter to these people. That's why I wanted to show this to you. The reality is irrelevant. They want you to be able to kill white people legally. So they're going to do this whole thing, this gigantic scam, where they try with their absolute best. They try their absolute best to essentially make believe, oh no, he was just a baby in front of someone so big and strong.
Facts that a jury convicted this person of.
His father went on a podcast, and listen to it for yourself, but he called Carmelo Anthony a racial slur, and he also said that the reason that black people weren't on the jury is because black people...
Oh no, a guy whose son was murdered by a barbarian is sad? Like, again, are we serious?
Unable to hold bias from the trial because...
That's true. And the person that was black admitted that themselves in jury selection. But you're omitting that information, and you're making it sound like the dad was a racist for no reason.
And also that was only after Carmelo's family went on television, implying the whole trial was a setup.
What's the odds to be number one was the all-white jury? But I was...
Carmelo Anthony's father. Your son stabbed somebody in the chest, but the real problem was white people.
You know, like, all right, it's not that big of a deal. I mean, the truth is on our side.
What?
I feel like it was just a setup.
From day one,
it was a setup. It was a setup. Stabbed him in the heart, tricking you into thinking that that's a bad thing.
It was never about race, and don't politicize it. And what did you do? You chose both.
So that is the thing. That's the thinking of the victim's father.
That's right.
Well,
so the implication is that the victim now it's like more acceptable. What they're doing whenever they're saying this is they're literally trying to inspire racial violence. They're lying and omitting facts that would completely change people's perspective if they were shown, but they're not showing those facts. They're not telling those things. And the reason why is because they want to foment and promote more racial hatred, more racial bias, more racism, more division.
That's right. And the reality is, everyone knows this. Everyone knows that their words are just lies. Every single human being that's realistic does not fall for the slop. So Elon Musk decides to take their logic to the actual natural end. U.S. taxpayer money funneling through USAID and NIH funded gain-of-function research at the Wuhan Institute of Virology. That research likely caused COVID, the pandemic that killed millions and cost trillions. Dr. Fauci signed off on it and lied to Congress about it. So, by this logic, that means cutting off USAID stopped and saved millions, right? Without USAID, maybe we wouldn't have had COVID, huh? Elon Musk might have stopped another COVID from happening. Right, riddle me this, Rokahana. Closing USAID could cause so many child deaths in Africa. Why did the African Union's top diplomat in D.C. celebrate the USAID shutdown? I guess she just loves dead babies. USAID funded Osama bin Laden's Mujahideen to respond to Al-Qaeda, ISIS, and the Taliban. So did USAID supporters cause 4.7 million deaths in the global war on terror while murdering 35,000 people in terrorist attacks after causing 9/11? Was it USAID that did that? Elon Musk stopped another 9/11 and stopped Middle East conflicts? Question mark? This is the logic of the left at its natural endpoint. It's absolutely contorted and retarded. They don't care about logic. They don't care about reality. They care about results. They want power. So the easiest way to get power is to call Trump Hitler and say that Elon Musk killed 4.5 million children in Africa. Reality doesn't matter to these retards. They are monsters, demons. Demons that master human speech that they utilize only to manipulate you. Why do demons call for their mother when they don't have any? Magical phrase that gets humans to have mercy on them and stop them from killing them. So the left, the people that care about money so much, they care about the taxpayers' dollars so much, they are now vandalizing the fucking pool that was renovated by Donald Trump because they hate Trump. So they're literally vandalizing the pool, which we're going to be using tax dollars to fund. 6 people were arrested. 7 people have been cited. The damage they did to our country's now beautiful reflecting pool. 350-foot gags with a very sharp knife or razors and numerous lashes over their They're just fucking terrorists. They're a giant group of terrorists using words and revolution to destroy America so that they can seize power. They must be destroyed. Meanwhile, things are finally looking up in England, ladies and gentlemen. Wonderful news, says Republican Congressman Randy Fine. The Keir Starmer is resigning as Prime Minister of the United Islamic Kingdom. It comes days after Starmer's involvement in covering up the rape of 250,000 Christian British girls at the hands of Muslim migrants was revealed. I pray that our heritage brothers and sisters across the pond can reclaim their country from the invasion. Why am I supposed to hate this guy again? Now, the reason why I want to show this to you is because it's very obvious, and Rupert Lowe noticed this as well. Americans are covering
I can't believe the BBC and most of the mainstream media are not covering our Rekt report. It's gone viral in America.
That's right, you're welcome! You got patriots like Asmongold, people like me, like Tectone, Jake Monroe, alright, the GOATs, actually covering this. People like Randy Fine signal boosting it. Really weird that Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens and Thomas Massey, they scream about Epstein all the time, but they didn't talk about something objectively, like, way worse than Epstein. It's kind of weird. It's almost like their bread gets buttered in an area where they don't want them to be talking about this. That is weird. But it did go super viral here. As an American, I know a lot of Americans are talking about it.
They seem to care more about what's happening here than we do.
True. I agree, actually. And I'll tell you why. It's not that the British don't care that this is happening. It's that the British are scared they're going to go to jail for talking about it. All right, understand the level of cuck you are in the UK, where if you talk about the fact that 250,000 white Christian girls were raped by Muslims, you might be getting punished for it. But don't worry, chaps, you have us, and we are trying our absolute best to let the world know about our shared struggle. Because if there are Pakistani and Muslim rape gangs in England, then they're everywhere. We stand with our culture.
Yeah, I got kind of bored with it pretty quick. I was kind of in there just doing the same things over and over again, so I figured I'd come in here and work it. Plus, I didn't really have an audience, so I don't know, I might switch back to it later.
Not a lot of Scottish people have been in that you saw. Right, so anyway, hey Rupert Lowe, you did your job clearly this week, and people reacted exactly as
Kind of wasn't really feeling it, man. I was excited about it this morning, but
you should be utterly ashamed of yourself. That's right. You should never arrest a Muslim for rape, because then people will start getting Islamophobic. You should just let them rape away. Think about it. If they would rape another 250.
I was reading up on GTA 6 too, and that kind of irritated me, man. Fucking, it won't be out for the PC till 2027. Fucking bullshit, man.
By gangs of mainly Pakistani Muslims. It won't work anymore. Humza. Very traditional Scottish name, by the way. So yeah, they're still trying this. It's obviously not working. I mean, the literal Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, resigned in shame. honestly, a more shameful resignation than the first episode of Black Mirror. So anyway, of course, this is a daily story, so of course I'm going to share. Brit dies! How did he die? After being violently mugged by Senegalese immigrant. That's right. Muslim guy. No one saw this coming. While out celebrating his birthday with his wife and Tenerife. All right, are you going out to Tenerife with your wife? You're going out there, you're going to have a lovely time, maybe a picnic, maybe you'll even be in the beach, you'll celebrate your birthday. Oopsie, you were killed by a barbarian. That's right, there's nothing we could do. We had to import a million
How do you get into the garage?
cannibals into the country. You're just going to have to live with that forever now. This is a daily story in the UK, and I mean, you can't talk about this if you're in the UK, or you might go to jail, but I'm going to do my best. Now, there is one guy, suspiciously a Muslim. This is really weird. I'm
Yeah, put my headphones back on.
It's been a week since the rape report came out, and Cenk Younger... guys, every single one of them either downplayed it, denied it, or ignored it. Isn't it weird that all the Muslims seem to be like totally okay with that fact that this was going on? Isn't that weird? I think that's a little weird. Anyway, Hassan Piker has been downplaying it forever.
Hybrids absolute outside. I'm making a ramp down under the house T.
This was a giant back and forth.
Okay.
But in my opinion, better than even showing you the clip of him crying about it, because they showed you really similar ones. You know, Hassan, he just loves rape, in my opinion, because this is the clip of him saying that raping white women is not so bad.
Henry College is like doing one good thing, which is that like if you have these millionaire, billionaire, wasp fail sons, at least taking them out of other colleges so they can only do date rape to other billionaire, millionaire failed daughters is like in some respects, you know, from a utilitarian perspective, of course, a little bit better. You know what I mean? Like taking these guys,
wow,
and putting them in a pen with one another is ultimately getting them away from the broader society. I'm not saying that it's a good thing that date rape is happening. I'm saying that date rape, Henry College.
Yeah, so anyway, understand what he's basically saying is these are pedophiles. They're gonna rape kids. At least they're raping whites. Think about all the Pakistani children that are getting raped now, that white women are getting raped instead. W. Anyway, this is Hassan's stance. It has been forever, because he actually just hates the West and wants us to die. Now,
Hybrids absolute. I have one other person so far for the heist.
Yeah, I'll do the heist.
I'm not a huge fan of the idea, but anyway, and of course Hassan, he's absolutely disgusted by the notion that that's happening, as he literally advocates on the side of the Houthi terrorists that rape 9-year-olds daily.
Yeah, I gotta find my 15-year-old wife.
What do you say?
You're going to go out and virtue signal about how bad this is, but then also run defense for the rapist gangs that are doing it to girls that are 11.
That's right.
Or want a 9-year-old wife.
That's right.
In Iran, they have 9-year-old wives. But you're going to go out there and talk about how Nick's saying this is bad.
Yup.
This is a double standard.
No, it's not. He has no standards. It's not a double standard. He hates America and he loves Islamic terrorism. He actually doesn't care about Western girls getting raped. That doesn't matter to him at all. In fact, I would argue he probably doesn't care about girls getting raped at all. He's only saying this because he doesn't like Nick. That's very obvious. If this was a clip of Mohammed Najab or one of these guys saying the same exact thing, he wouldn't even talk about it. The only reason why he's addressing this is because he doesn't like the guy. I don't think he gives a shit about rape. I mean, he allegedly had sex with a 15-year-old in a brothel in Germany. I mean, that is an allegation that has been made against him that he, by the way, has yet to address. Let me remind you, he never addressed that, as far as I am aware. And I looked very hard. All right, so again, it's pretty insane to me that you're gonna sit here and you're gonna virtue signal, but you know.
AOC wanting to marry underage girls is bad categorically. If you can't draw a distinction between that, then that's your problem.
Well, Asmund Dad watched me.
Yeah, I gotta find my.
Yeah, so anyway, so the virtue signal is insane. So he'll sit there, he'll virtue signal, of course, obviously.
Hybrids absolute. Yes, he made a video an hour ago. I'm definitely listening to it when I get back inside work.
I think that's the one I'm listening to.
That's pretty awesome. Isn't that great? Isn't that hilarious how that keeps happening? Now again, I wonder why we don't have Hassan reacting.
Yeah, it is.
That's weird because this was very viral and Hassan didn't talk about it.
We would say that, well, if you were to be intimate with a 14-year-old or 13-year-old who's got huge hips and huge breasts, I mean, quite frankly, we would say it's not going to have the same effect medically. I mean, no one will make the argument. But in these countries where we live in now, one is legal and one is illegal. So, in other words, you can't marry a 100-year-old woman, but you can marry that girl that's, you know, you can't. So you're a pedophile if you go for the girl that's got the hips. And once again, pedophilia is very relative.
Is it though? Is it though? This is a 13-year-old that you're talking about. Is it though? So yeah, anyway, this guy is literally
Hybrids absolute how s the greens treating ya you smoking good.
And you mean to tell me that there's
Yeah, I puffed up a little before I started this, but
have fucking scholars doing saying this shit?
I'm gonna go to the bathroom here in a minute and then puff up again.
It's so weird how all the Muslim commentators.
I need a.
It's curious. All I'm saying is it's very curious. You see a lot of
Post right there.
You see a lot of Muslim commentators crashing.
Actually, probably should have been here instead.
Or something. You see complete and utter silence on this. It's so weird. It's curious, actually. I have.
Well, let me go to the bathroom right quick.
But I fear to say them out loud due to being removed off the platform. But I find it weird. Anyway, Asmongold seems like he ended Keir Starmer's career.
First, Keir Starmer refused to resign.
I will never walk away from the country that I love.
It did not age well. That did not age well.
Reports of everything Keir was ignoring. Then they tried to ban it on social media sites. Search engines essentially refused to link you, and even ChatGPT can't even talk about it. But then the Roach King, Asmongold, read all 218 pages to his 4 million subscribers for nearly 7 hours live on stream.
Patriot.
You guys ready? You think you are, but you're not.
And 3 days later, Keir Starmer has resigned as Prime Minister.
Listen, I'm just saying.
In his position.
I don't know if one has to do with the other, but it's pretty weird.
Restoring trust on the economy, defense, and national security. And becoming a party that once again stood proudly with, not against, our national flag.
Then crying like a bitch.
Being the best husband I can to my fantastic wife, Vic, who has been a rock by my side through good times and bad. And being the best dad I can to my beautiful children.
Oh, you care about children now?
If only he cared about protecting any of those other innocent 250,000 British girls, but no. He only seemed to care when it finally impacted him, making his own party turn on him, demanding his resignation. As Lowe directly acknowledged, Asmongold was sharing the reports with the masses, doing more for those British girls than the entire British media establishment. And correlation doesn't equal causation. And it normally would be a stretch to say an American Twitch streamer can end the career of UK's Prime Minister, but in the world of TikTok attention spans, mass media censorship, and reality television,
it turns out you actually make a difference. It's the civilians, it's patriots that are saving our nation, like our civilization is quite literally being saved by patriots on an individual level. All right, every single person that contributes is making a difference. It's insane to see. It really is.
Sometimes it takes pop culture to finally find justice. R&B singer R. Kelly's criminal behavior was an open secret. It took a lifetime documentary to reinvigorate public outrage for him to finally see justice.
This is not me, y'all. I'm fighting for my life. Y'all killing me with this.
With countless other instances similar to this. So it almost seems like Starmer's Labour Party was completely fine with the R reports and the 250,000 essentially sacrificial lambs on an effort to control the narrative about immigration. But once a guy called the Roach King got all the normies...
Oh, but if you ever call them out, that would be bad, because think of all the Islamophobia against simple, peaceful Muslims. Again, I'm still waiting for the simple, peaceful Muslims to call out the rape gang. I have yet to notice one. Weird.
Noticing the heinous things they've not only been allowing, but assisting in and actually paying for. Only then is it time for Stormer to step aside. But sadly, the
Hybrids absolute what you having for dinner tonight, anything good?
As another mass slashing occurred in Edinburgh, Scotland. And even though this time, Stormer immediately stated it was absolutely appalling and he will face the full force of the law, it's interesting how this has dominated the media, completely erasing the other recent mass slashing also in Edinburgh, Scotland, that somehow wasn't considered terror-related like the more recent attack. And I've been hearing rumors that the first guy was deemed unfit for trial and was immediately released for medical care. But I can't even find the first attacker's name, let alone concrete confirmation of what consequences, if any, he's faced. As Asmund Gould reacted to this attack, being painted as the All Report's fault.
Hybrids Absolute think you muted.
That's right. I don't know if you're aware, but if you arrest Muslim pedophiles...
I was muted. I had fried chicken for dinner. I still have fried chicken left over. I ate some before. I'm going to eat some after. And I will eat some Doritos during.
No, they'll declare war on Israel. They'll lose. They're the victims. They'll massacre Christians in Nigeria. Trump will blow them up. They're the victims. All right, they'll rape 250,000 British girls. They'll go to jail. They're the victims. I hope you understand how this works. It's interesting. It's almost like it's the theme that I'm trying to notice. Hassan Piker calls everyone, slanders everyone on the planet, from me to Asmongold to Texone to everybody. Slanders everyone he could possibly find. Call them out. He's the victim of a mass harassment campaign. They're harassing him. Oh no, poor guy. Yeah, it's pretty crazy if you think about it.
Falsely claiming Muslims, 250,000 white girls. Same week, Elon Musk, is anyone surprised? They're inciting violence against Muslims and emboldening extremists. If you think this is bad...
Oh, it's gonna get worse. Oh, it's gonna get worse.
Entire narrative. And you've done all of this in the span of 3 hours since
the freaking Muslim Brotherhood thinks they're so cool. I hate to be that guy, but the Muslims are leaving the UK by the ballot or by the bullet. It's happening. Look, I don't want to be rude here or anything, but lock in.
This event happened.
Civil War, 2029. Hope you're ready.
And now everybody else has to listen to this narrative. Who gives a... Who cares? I don't want to hear about this. This person defends every terrorist in the world, and now he wants us to be worried.
That's right.
About something bad happening to people like him.
Yeah.
And I never want to go down the path of our defenseless innocents get hurt, so your defenseless innocents get hurt, as what should happen is a second insane stabber.
I mean, I don't think that's what Asmongold was saying. I think what Asmongold was saying was more along the lines of, like, I don't need to hear about this. Lots of crazy shit happens all the time. But the absolute scale of the Islamic rape of England, for example, is something that needs to be discussed. Yeah, there's psychos in every party, on every side, in every group. You'll get
Hybrids Absolute is buddy with you.
He was. When I got up to go to the bathroom, he went and he got something to eat. He's laying over there by the food dish. He might get in the tower after that. I don't know. Or he might come back by me.
So he's saying, get out of here, I don't want to hear about this. It's twofold. One, I don't want you to be blaming people for arresting pedophiles for inciting violence against Muslims. And two, you are trying to craft some sort of broad narrative out of an outlier case when Asmongold is pointing to the actual system of the country that is industrializing the rape of 250,000 children. But that you will downplay and say that that is obviously not some sort of pattern or anything.
It's the same lifelong sentence as the first and any other insane stabber receives. But the UK is essentially setting up a third world, tribal-led, lawless society where the controlling party is given special privileges to commit crimes. A society is scared of what happens when you ask them to stop, and when neither side expects justice or consequences, you already live in a lawless third world nightmare.
That's right.
Less than 2 weeks ago, the riots over Henry Novak wrecked Northern Ireland, with unconfirmed reports that the newcomers the rioters were angry over were immediately ferried.
Those were the riots over the Senegalese guy that beheaded a guy in public. I think that was the riots he's referring to.
To England, which means...
Like, you lose track. You lose track of the foreigner terrorist attacks in the UK, because there are just so many of them. So, like, you don't even remember which riot was in response to which terror attack. Like, doesn't that imply there's an issue?
The only thing their political leadership is acknowledging is the rioting and the Roach King, as this is no way to run a first world Western society. But after the R report, there's apparently masked gangs carrying sticks out hunting British citizens.
Come on, guys, what's up? Allahu Akbar!
as the UK police treat their group much different than the British girls.
Bro, it's insanity. It's complete insanity over there. It's insane to see what had happened.
Which is on track for the same police force that took victims back to their R gangs, saying, have fun with her. Just imagine if Care was still in power, shoveling down the whole social media ban for kids to protect them, when all it would really do is prevent anybody from sharing the R report or noticing any of the many crimes they're also desperate to suppress. Like the other girl that was murdered by a newcomer with a screwdriver.
This
that
is
the police
Bailey!
toned down
I
her
told you
mother's
it's a Bailey
statement
thing!
to avoid racial
Oh
tension.
my God! You just need to get used to it, I guess.
So after the mass slashing of kids at a Taylor Swift dance party, Henry Novak being falsely framed as a racist so they could get away with murder, and now the 250,000 or more girls that were awed and then ignored, the only thing we're seeing after noticing is one scumbag politician stepping down, while his alleged replacement
They replace him with an even bigger douchebag.
is equally as
Hybrids absolute, and as we go in the save Imma build bases near each trader.
Everyone's gonna be upset at me. Every once in a while I say something that pisses people
Yeah,
off.
that's not a bad idea. I usually just do a safe house. I put like a couple storage containers in there. I'll do a campfire with the cooking pot and usually a forge.
Far-right politician.
Sometimes a workbench.
If he like semi-fixes issues and life gets like slightly
But yeah, that's
better, people are gonna be like,
I usually do that. I don't build a base.
queer Stalin will just kind of keep this shit happening. So I think it's actually
But,
kinda good that this guy's a fucking nightmare. I know it's
I do
bit of
make
a
safe
pragmatic
houses.
perspective, but it's not like we're even changing parties here. This is still a left-wing
If I
party.
do build a structure like a base, it's usually something really, just a cube. And just something to get out of the elements and hide my shit in.
You want him to kind of be retarded.
Gavin, is this a coup? Are you mounting a coup? Prime Minister. Are you ready to be Prime Minister, sir?
he not only allowed the police to ignore the grooming, but even arrested the
Isn't it incredible? They call Trump a fascist and whatever. He won a democratic election, literally. He won the popular vote. All 7 states, you know, popular vote. And here they are just like picking leaders. No elections. They just oh yeah, you're next. You're next. We'll put in fucking Baltimore in charge. That's right. That's how it's gonna work.
fathers for noticing.
And I'm answering that directly because I want that to be known from my point of view.
And being detached from English politics, I never noticed that for the last decade, no prime minister has ever lasted longer than 3 years.
I don't know if this is offensive, but I think it would be more embarrassing to be yelled at by an English woman.
Continue to have a revolving door of failures until an outgoing politician.
I mean, it's embarrassing enough to get yelled at by a fucking woman in public, man. But if she had a British accent, that makes it way worse.
Don't dig for oil because of woke. Woke. You can't dig for oil because of woke. Obviously, that would be terrible. Import infinite retards because of woke. Infinite socialism for the retards that we import because of woke. Alright, it's insane. It's crazy.
Politician is finally punished for these failures, as it looks like Stormer will receive a golden parachute of a 6-figure pension and a taxpayer-funded security detail.
Isn't that nice? Isn't that great? So not only do you have to pay for this guy to cover up the rape of 250,000 British girls, but you also have to fund the rest of his life after he retired from covering up the rape of 250,000 British girls. Totally not a broken system.
Essentially getting rewarded for 2 years of destroying the country, as this system is completely broken. But not much can be expected from a country that sacrifices little girls to protect grooming gangs from mean social media messaging.
And then it's like, the Bible says, do not sacrifice children to the Moloch. And everyone's like, please, who would do that? This camera zooms into freaking England. France is having a bit of a nightmare situation, too, by the way. Clavicular, popular streamer, went to France and is like, I don't understand. I don't understand. Why is everyone an African? Yeah, that was weird. Anyway, but first, this story is insane. For some reason, no one knows about this. Brits were caught up, right? This is the Daily Mail, it's a British publication. Caught up in a terrifying night of violence as French music festival descends into stabbings and rapes, with multiple women stabbed with syringes. Well, that's pretty bad. Multiple stabbings and rapes found. There were 243 arrests for this. Over 10 syringe attacks that took place. Unbelievable amounts of mugging and sexual assault. And this is all at the Fête de la Musique, a nice annual music festival. Muslims like doing shit at music festivals, I've noticed. And you will never believe it, but after they investigated, they looked at the footage, it turns out that the people that were doing the stabbing and the syringe jabbing and the sexual assaulting and the mugging were almost exclusively Africans. Isn't that that's so weird. That's so odd. Because I was distinctly told by liberals that all cultures are equal. What are the chances that they're all Africans doing this shit? Nice French music festival you got there. Where are the French? Where are the French in this French music? I am not noticing any French at this French music festival. France decided to go from regional superpower to zoo over the course of one generation. And I want you to comment below right now if this is a story you heard from anywhere else or if you're just getting it from here. I do so much painstaking research putting all this shit together. No one actually wants you to know any of the things that happens in the world because obviously that might cause Islamophobia or something. So understand, after France gives billions of dollars to Africa and import Africans, they just, I don't know, stab them at music festivals or something. Now, Clavicular over here, as you can tell, he went to France and he was like, Nani? Why are they all African? It's just so sad. He's not even like a political guy. He was just shocked. He was shocked. It's like he walked into the wrong section of the zoo. He meant to go to the cafeteria, but he ended up going into the exhibit by accident. This is not a racial slur. I'm just saying that's how some people act in certain areas. I would never, obviously, say anything like this about any races. God forbid. On YouTube, you think I would do that?
Live streamer Clavicular took a walk around Paris and immediately began noticing.
Where are the French? Where are the French? Only a 9 for this, baby. That's right.
Turned out to be quite a shock.
Bro, be safe.
Like, you look at France and it's like, you know, everyone's like, if we wouldn't have stopped Hitler, you'd be speaking German. I don't know. They're speaking freaking chimpanzee right now. Oh my, I have to stop. But like, what are we doing?
Bob, be safe. Yeah, this is
He's just terrifying. Because he has common sense, yeah. The spider sense of not wanting to be in a crowd of people that don't speak their language.
Interesting demographics, I'll say that. Yeah, this is not safe.
Did he just do a racism by mentioning the fact that the demographics are making him afraid? Are you not willing to sit down in a bus in front of a weird, fidgeting man of a specific ethnic?
For reasons known only to him, despite being protected by bodyguards, Clav's situational awareness maxing suddenly kicked into high gear.
This is like Giga risk maxing.
This used to be the cradle of Western civilization, by the way. It's heartbreaking. It's absolutely heartbreaking.
Yeah. Bro, why is it so fucking ghetto here? Like, what is this? The most ghetto show ever.
Yeah, welcome to Europe, mate.
That's just what it's like.
Not quite what you expected.
Globalists decided, actually, we have to have empathy, so we have to turn our entire continent into retard carnival. That's right. That's how it works.
Expected.
Brother! Europe! Cradle of Western civilization.
Wow, it looks so French.
What are they even gonna do? Like, are they just cooked, actually? And that's like when I say that I want to decouple from Europe. Like, I want Europe to get better. I obviously appreciate Europe. I love that our heritage comes from Europe. My heritage comes from Europe a couple generations back, obviously. The truth is, I want them to do better. I want them to kick all these fuckers out of their country. I want them to reclaim what was theirs. I want some base Templars to come out and call for the crusade or something. I mean, I would love it if it actually returned to its Christian roots, because that is what Western civilization is. It's based on biblical values. It's not supposed to be a fucking jungle. But it's heartbreaking, because are we ever gonna get there? Is that ever gonna happen? It's so sad. So, on the one hand, yeah, I obviously want you guys to succeed. On the other hand, I don't think we share values with you anymore. Like, just on like a broad scale, I love the people, the natives, at least. And I guess I love the other people that are there, too. I would love them more if they were in their homeland. But you know, I don't think actually having some sort of gigantic alliance, giving NATO $100 billion a year, for example, is actually beneficial to us. Like, I don't know why we do this. I don't know why we're part of the U.S. The squabbling and the gawking of all these absolute bitches that sold out their people and nation. I always have been. I always will be, probably. I don't give foreign funds to anyone. That includes Israel. It includes Ukraine. It includes Europe, NATO. The UN, I don't want to be hosting this. I don't want to be part of this. I don't want to be any part of this. In fact, I'd offer you a trade. I will trade you all of our minorities. I will trade you all of our foreigners and liberals for your based white people, please. For all your far-right nationalists, we'll make a trade. I'll trade. You can also have California in the deal. It comes with them. Like, think about it. They'll be able to live in their diverse communist utopia. Europe, that I would want to live in a country that is founded on biblical values that's more conservative can come here. Can we do this? I feel like someone should be into this.
That then made a prescient prediction.
It's gonna get bad later when people start drinking too. Once people start drinking too,
they didn't even need to start drinking. Alcohol was banned, but it only took a matter of hours for that prediction to come to fruition.
I love how these people are like, we're so uncivilized. Fucking raping each other on the street. Much better, right? That's so much better.
God damn it, that thing wouldn't die. And it wouldn't shut up either.
You know what's crazy?
It was quite annoying.
I don't even know what's going on. I would never be caught dead in a place like this. It's insane. I'm just too civilized, I guess. What did they do? What did they do?
Yeah, it makes Notting Hill look like Woodstock in comparison. Yeah, I'm starting to think this whole thing might not be about the music. Imagine being some boomer liberal American tourist couple, thinking you're going for a peaceful summer.
By the way, watching a movie with the wifey, and it was taking place in Paris or something. I don't even remember what it was. My wife was like, oh, I've always loved to be to Paris. I've been to Paris before, probably like a decade ago. And my wife was like, oh my God, I've never been to Paris. I would love to go to Paris. And I was like, there is no Paris anymore. What you are watching on the screen is a testament of the past. It no longer exists. No, I'm gonna make you watch this video.
Vacation in the city of love, thinking you're going to encounter authentic Parisian culture, and this is what you encounter.
When I went, everyone was gay. Now everyone's African. So when I went, it was bad. Now it's worse. Is what I'm trying to. I'm joking. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Honey, we'll rent a car and get a real feel for the place. This isn't what the travel agent promised us when we booked.
Brother, stop! This is so bad!
When French authorities banned alcohol during the Fête de la Musique, leftist media...
I love when they do this. Oh, they banned guns, so therefore the shooting stopped. No, it didn't. The shootings didn't stop. They banned knives! Unless you're Indian, in which case you can still carry a knife. But other than that, they banned knives.
Let's frame it as a public health measure because of the heat wave. Yet the
Yeah, of course.
Minister of the Interior warned the police days in advance that the music festival brought with it the risk of violence. Yeah, I don't think the booze ban made much difference. I know this thanks to Ground News, a long-time partner of the channel. I used their app and website in my daily research.
I also use it sometimes. It's insane. Everyone just lies about things now.
Off unlimited access or scan the QR code right there. There's nothing more radicalizing than watching old footage of the same festival. Fête de la musique, then.
La fête de la musique est lancée partout en France.
Oh my god!
La soirée commence mollement.
Fête de la musique now. Then.
Reste une mélodie balade pleine de charme et aussi d'espoir.
This is so sad! I'm suffering.
L'ambiance gagne les rues dans la soirée. À Paris, Nantes, Perpignan, partout, la musique est fêtée.
Now.
Bonsoir. Là.
Quelques croquis enregistrés hier soir à Paris.
Now.
I'm just sad.
The world you grew up in no
I'm just sad.
longer exists.
And then they import 1 million people who don't care about you and don't care about your civilization. They will destroy your world. They will use your oak door as firewood. Alright? And they will worship the god of Nurgle as they slowly but surely corrode your society. Your values will become diluted by heathens. And then a very crinkly, hook-nosed Jewish libtard is gonna say, there is no great replacement going on. Come on, dude. We're not doing this anymore.
Non, passe pas là.
You've got to ask some serious questions about liberal white women who saw what happened at the same event last year.
Crowds of people, mostly young women,
Bro, that's not a French.
were suddenly pricked with syringes in cities like Paris, Metz, Tours,
That's
Evian,
not a French.
Woman, you should check your thyroid. Look at that over there.
In total,
Yeah,
about
that's what you get.
145 people reported being stabbed with syringes.
Then decided to show up again, presumably thinking the bountiful.
These people are actually retarded. Like, their culture teaches them. You live in a high-trust society. No one would do this thing. And then they import fucking barbarians that would totally do this thing. They don't tell you because all cultures are the same. And then, what? They did the thing!
Cultural enrichment on offer was worth the
I
risk.
can't believe it! Disgusting!
Multiple syringe attacks happened again, with one man roaming around with needles on his belt. Women were again targeted, one being awed after a needle attack and another losing consciousness. France has reached such a critical mass in terms of the number of people it's imported. Macron's justice minister recently called for a 3-year total halt to legal migration. As Ground News' biased comparison coverage shows, leftist media outlets frame the policy itself as a dangerous escalation. Ground News helps you instantly compare how the same story is being told.
To discuss things that everyone wants because people might realize that getting raped might not be necessary for society.
And across the political spectrum, identifying media bias and how they spin certain narratives. It's been an invaluable tool for me. So please subscribe using my link down below to get 40% off their unlimited access plan. The streets of Paris were left looking like a landfill site.
Je suis au cœur de Châtelet-Léal, hein, il est 6h40 du matin et regardez ce qu'on retrouve, voilà, des bonbonnes de protoxyde d'azote dans un Paris, voilà, ici c'est l'apocalypse. Hein. Là on s'est baladé avec le caméraman dans Paris Centre et tout
Look how culturally enriched it is, guys. Look how culturally enriched it got.
détruit. Franchement, j'ai jamais vu Paris dans un tel état. Regardez, regardez.
And the participants of the festival were not too keen on people seeing the detritus-strewn aftermath.
S'appelle évidemment et les agents vont devoir tout nettoyer. Les agents de la ville de Paris. Voilà. Le monsieur va devoir tout nettoyer.
Wow.
C'est moi?
This gentleman has to clean everything up and then pay taxes to fund the people who made the mess. What a great society. It's so good. It's so good. It worked so well, guys.
Where were the police in all this, you might ask?
Well, to be fair, I'm pretty sure like 3,000 police were deployed and they ended up arresting like 250 people.
Busy arresting Mario and Luigi.
No, wait, what? Are you serious? No shot, dude.
In fact, they made
no
248 arrests, and now they've been told no more arrests for weeks because
this is not a serious culture. This is not a serious culture anymore. Oh, you arrested too many people too quick. Oh, I'm sorry, I have to do the French. You arrested too many people too quickly. Unfortunately, we do not have space in our gay prisons for the people. No more for 3 weeks. 3 weeks, no rest. We don't have space. You'll just have to let them do their thing, whatever they do. 3 weeks, grace period. It will be simply put, 3 weeks. We will have the purge in France. The France purge. 3 weeks every year. We let them kill each other. No consequences. Yeah, this is going to be great.
Prosecutors are so
That makes
overwhelmed. Despite all the bedlam of fighting, the S attacks, the wanton property damage, hundreds of arrests, the police and the media came out afterwards and said that the event took place with no major incidents.
No major incidents. 250 people arrested, multiple people stabbed with syringes. No major incidents reported. That's right.
This is how low we've sunk, to the point where this level of chaos is considered normal and acceptable, when the French Ministry of Culture proudly proclaimed the Fête de la Musique would honour music in all its diversity. Diversity definitely became a talking point, but not quite in the way they envisaged.
I thought that was a plague spitter for a second.
I don't think Clavicula's personal experiences quite matched the message on his t-shirt.
Damn, bro. Oh my god. Get out of here. Yeah, let's get back to you think that there's a problem, then you're a racist. So there was a huge shooting that went on in Montreal yesterday. It was big, everyone was talking about it, and that's crazy because Canada banned guns. So I was told that they wouldn't have shootings because guns were banned. Now, when I say this hit close to home, I mean it literally. I lived in Montreal for a bunch of years. My mom was, in fact, on the street. Côte de Neige is the name of the street. On that street as the shooting happened, and I was a little terrified, not gonna lie. You know, this happens, I immediately call my mom, I check on her, and she's like, but guns are illegal in Canada. I'm like, God damn it, no! Don't fall for this propaganda! Anyway, so lots of woke situations have been taking place all over, but I wanted to focus a lot on the Montreal one, because it's an insane story on every level. So anyway, a Dutch 15-year-old girl who identifies as a transgender and later has a dog! This isn't a red flag for a mental illness, by the way. That's right. So this 15-year-old girl who thinks she's a boy and then a dog murdered her parents. Many such cases. She took pictures of bodies and blood and sent it to the WhatsApp group. Classmates said the troubled teen had been wrestling with her identity for years. One classmate revealed she wore a tail on all fours and barked. And no one thought that, hey, maybe we go into a freaking war and investigate. Nope. Not a single person felt like this was worth looking into. Do you know why? It's because that would not be woke of you. It would not be woke of you. Neighbors said they saw strange behavior for years, that it was getting worse. They spotted the girl sprinting through streets at night, perching silently on garden fences and shed roofs and hiding in bushes. One local told reporters she was always strange, kept to herself, but seeing her running like that in the dark, it was creepy. And then she murdered her parents. Many such cases, actually. More trans violence. Wow, I'm so surprised. It's almost like mentally ill people are violent or something. That's crazy. That is insane. No one saw this coming. Turns out, says Elon Musk, giving rage-inducing hormones to mentally ill people obviously greatly increases risk of murder and suicide. No one saw this coming at all, actually. Wow. Took a mentally ill people, fucking hormones, and they go ballistic. That's insane. Fucking leftist bioweapons walking around, ready to detonate at any time. Anyway, this is everywhere, though. Right, leftist policy loves when this happens, I think. Holy crap, ICE just arrested an Illinois teacher in a Nicaragua triple murder case mass shooting. Guess what? The Democrats released him from jail. You can't make this up.
2 alleged gunmen have since been deported, but critics say Chicago sanctuary policies allowed the suspect to slip through the cracks after local authorities released her from jail without notifying ICE.
Understand, more people died in Chicago, okay, over the last 2 weeks than have died over the course of the entire Iran war. Do you understand how fucked up that is? And that's just because they're like, no, we can't arrest the violent criminals. No, of course not. Policing is bad.
Border czar Tom Herman joins us in moments on this.
But first, senior correspondent Mike Tobin is reporting live out of Chicago. He's got the exclusive for us. Mike. Now, Sandra, Immigration and Customs Enforcement now has in custody this former Illinois high school teacher who they say assisted a Tren de Aragua mass shooting, and it gets more complicated from there. Giovanna Mercedes Moreno Ochapinte, 32 years old, first entered the U.S. in October of 2021 with the visa waiver program, but she was supposed to leave January 2nd, 2022, and she overstayed her visa. Skip forward to December 2nd, 2024, when the Department of Homeland Security says she drove two gunmen affiliated with the Venezuelan gang Tren de Aragua to a house party in the Gage Park area of Chicago, where they allegedly opened fire. 3 people were killed, several others injured. Federal authorities say Moreno Pinto...
Leftist policies, by the way, and then you have liberal white women, ladies and gentlemen.
It'll be a good morning.
Liberal white
Well,
women
look here, boys.
out
We
and
got ourselves a
dying.
real-life hero.
Literally
And
dying.
now he wants to be paid. What the hell do you want this time?
Helped the gunman flee the scene. Ochapinte, I should say. The 2 men she allegedly drove to the scene also helped the gunman flee the scene. Ochapinte,
Crazy.
I should say. The 2 men she allegedly drove to the scene and helped escape, Ricardo Grandillo Padilla and Edward Martinez Sermeno, have both been arrested and deported. Chicago police arrested this former teacher December 5th, 2025. Federal authorities say she had weapons in her car at the time of the arrest.
Turns out leftist policy just kills, actually. It's deadly, inherently. All right, this is what the Mayor Brandon Johnson of Chicago had to say after 40 people were shot in one weekend.
So, yeah, it is personal. Black death has been, unfortunately, accepted in this country for a very long time.
Who's killing them? Who's killing them, Mayor? Who's killing? It's black people. Spoilers. It's black people killing black people. And you refuse to allow police to arrest the criminals. So black death is happening way too often as they release the black murderers from jail. Like, are you serious?
Don't let the door hit you on your way out. Great. Here you go. Don't spend it all in one place.
President Johnson. And we ended up with Richard Nixon.
Oh, it's Nixon's fault. It's Nixon's fault that black people are killing black people and not getting arrested for their crimes.
I sell to anyone, even morons like you.
President Nixon's fault.
I'm gonna work hard every day to transform this city. That's what it is.
Shit, man. I treat you that good, and you don't even fucking tip me.
Lots of killing going on in Chicago. 22 people shot, at least 4 dead. Now it's 40 people shot, 8 dead, by the way. Why isn't Governor Pritzker calling me for help? I can make Chicago a safe city in 1 month or 1 year. It wasn't even safe as DC went from 1 month to 1 the safest.
7 in the morning.
Arresting criminals actually works, but it's almost like leftist policy just loves death. Remember, more people killed in Chicago over the last
jerk,
2 weeks.
you need some.
than
I'd
the
say it's
total
been an
amount
honor
of
to work
US
with you,
soldiers that
but
we
it would
lost
be a
over
lie.
the course of the Iran war. People don't want to put these numbers next to each other, but it is we lost more people in this country to trans killers this year than to literal Iranian weaponry. Right? You have to understand how fucking awesome our military is, but also how fucking retarded we are to let this shit happen. Now, of course, the left, they love death. I hope you're understanding the theme here, right? They love death. All right, so Dean Withers did a little debate on if abortion should be legal, and he makes a pretty incredible acknowledgement.
Because I think it's a permissible action, I therefore don't see any good reason to infringe on a woman's bodily autonomy and the legal prevention of her access to abortion. Therefore, it's a human rights violation.
So you don't understand it? It's like killing. You don't think it's killing a human being? No, I do. And you're okay with that?
Yes.
Okay.
Right. So he's just okay with killing humans. Most people are like, abortion, it should be illegal because it's murder. And then the response is, well, it's technically not murder. It's just an embryo. It's a fetus. It doesn't, you know, they try to come up with some sort of mental loophole as to why murdering humans is bad. And he's like, no, yeah, it's murdering humans. And that's totally fine, actually. I actually support murdering humans. Again, this is the left. It's a death cult. I'm starting to notice. Anyway, the developing story, police are investigating a shooting in Montreal's Côte-des-Neiges neighborhood after reports from multiple shots fired. By the way, my parents will probably be moving out of Montreal soon. Just update. My dad is like giga conservative, and my mom's politics are basically whatever my dad says. I was actually raised by a functional family. Don't mean to flex, but it's actually everything in this world, and you owe that to your children. But anyway, initial reports indicate a police officer may have been wounded and the suspect remains at large. Well, as the story develops, I can't actually show you any of the footage. It's really gruesome. Active shooter in Montreal and the Carrie at PA grocery store, which I have been to so many times. It's by a Jewish neighborhood, actually. And as the story develops, it gets even worse. A female cop killed a bystander trying to hide during a shooting in Montreal. So understand the actual situation Again, I can't show any of this to you on YouTube. I'm just doing my best to fill you in. I'm not going to show you a censored version later. What essentially took place was you had a shooter just shooting at people, murders a cop, and then there's a female cop, and the female cop basically crashes out and murders an innocent bystander. You cannot make this shit up. It's almost like we really shouldn't be having female cops. Like, I've been saying this for years, and everyone, oh, you misogynist, you don't think what? Under pressure, they're fucking more deadly than the fucking terrorists, man. The female cop just executed a random bystander trying to get away from the shooter, and when the real shooter came, she flees, leaving 2 people dead because of her incompetence. What the hell are we doing? Allowing female police officers. Many people are starting to notice. All right, and it turns out she killed a rabbi. Obviously, you have communists. All right, this guy, he just criticizes Israel. All right, he's just a leftist communist that just criticizes Israel. Also celebrates that a rabbi got killed. You got to support all the leftists, the wholesome leftists in the comments, being like, I take back my literal ridicule. I didn't know her game. Female cop shoots a civilian by her stake. Internet, women do not belong. Law enforcement, civilian was a rabbi. Internet, oh, I treated you harshly. That's right. So the base leftists that just criticize the action of the Israeli government actually seem like they have a very different ideology motivating them, actually, it seems. So, just to understand, I managed to escape from that incel mass shooter, the female cop outside the building, ready to blow you away. This is just like an actual nightmare on all sides, and it just keeps getting worse the more you actually understand. So, the manifesto, they didn't want to release it. Apparently, someone leaked the manifesto. Apparently, the Montreal shooter is a Jew-hating communist. Wow.
Where'd she run off to?
The manifesto is huge. It's dozens of pages. I skimmed through it, but essentially, the Montreal shooter identified Seth incel subculture. One of these deadly shooting, Montreal's Côte-des-Neiges neighborhood. Seth Hatfield, a man from Alberta, was died from incel. And you're like, oh, that's probably right. Immediately, the internet, obviously the leftoids, like saying he was a right wing. Get ready for this one. The attack left 3 people dead. A civilian, 34-year-old Montreal police officer Mohammed. Again, the story gets weirder and weirder and weirder. And the suspect himself. One additional officer was seriously injured but is in stable condition, and another civilian was lightly injured. Authorities recovered an 104-page manifesto. That's how you know that's a leftist, by the way. All right, right-wing terrorists are like, fuck black people, fuck Jews. Right, left-wing terrorists are like 104-page manifesto. Anyway, they're shooting by the Hatfield before the shooting, and I'll tell you what it says. What's called for, get ready, violent revolution against capitalist society, specifically targeted police and women and pornography and Jewish people. Man, wow, leftist violence. Who could have seen this coming? Civilian victim of Montreal shooting identified as Michael Moshe Mizrahi, a highly respected member of the local Jewish community. Mizrahi earned his living selling suits. He was an active member of Montreal's Hebrew-speaking Chabad Lubavitch community. Police confirmed Hatfield acted alone. Quebec's domestic security minister described the incident as a domestic case unrelated to all the other anti-Semitic and violent leftist attacks. So just to understand how fucking absurd this actual story is. A leftist communist that hates capitalism and Zionist Jews. He says in his manifesto, Zionist Jews. I actually read it. I told you, I do a lot of research for my ideas. Goes to an area from Alberta where there are basically no Jews. All right, he goes all the way to Montreal, to a Jewish community on Côte-des-Neiges, shoots a cop named Mohammed. Again, fucking crazy story. Woman cop murders a Jew by accident. Kills a Jew, Jewish rabbi. As she...
Holy crap.
Politics. Guns are illegal. Civilians have guns, but the terrorist obviously has a gun. They foment in these anti-capitalist, communist, revolutionary, fucking retarded subcultures where they go and murder people. The female cop actually does fucking nothing about shit except for murder a civilian. The actual communist that goes, presumably to kill Jews, actually fails at killing any Jews because, again, he's a fucking retarded commie. So the Jew that actually died was because the police officer that was there was a woman and she was retarded. Do you understand the level of leftist bullshit you have to get to have this fucking conclusion? It's absolute insanity if you think about it.
The female cop just executed a random bystander trying to get away from the shooter, and when the real shooter came, she flees, leaving 2 people dead because of her incompetence. What
Think
the hell
about
are
how
allowing
insane
female
this
police
is.
officers? Let me watch this off screen.
Yeah. It's bad.
I think he's hit. No, he's hit. He's hit. No, you touché.
Bro,
Bro, she just pops them off. She was like this. She goes up and shoots him.
And just shoots the civilian. Bro, we cannot keep doing this. Why do we have women as police officers? Stop, please.
Sarah Ioala, how is it going?
Shows up and she runs away.
Yeah,
Oh, it's going pretty good.
And then he takes over her position. She shot a random civilian, and then she...
That's what happened. She shot a civilian.
Sarah Ioala, where is the cats?
Buddy just walked into the room.
Actual shooter.
And
it's a stressful...
And I'm supposed to make believe
I don't know where
Shoujo
Shoujo is. Is she in the basket?
Are inherently
No.
different. All right, obviously,
I don't know where she is. She might be using the litter box. But Buddy is looking at me. He's about to jump up and climb. Yep, here he comes. Hey, how you doing?
That they're biologically the same is fucking retarded.
Mm.
Like all these leftists that believe
Good
in
boy.
evolution and radical atheism, all these fuckers should understand that from an evolutionary perspective, the men should be the ones with the fucking guns. The actual enforcement arm. But these people, they do not believe in reality to such a fundamental degree that they are going to support a trans person who identifies as a dog. And you're like, nope, nothing wrong here, until the dog trans person murders her own parents. All right, they are so divorced from reality so that their retarded worldviews can exist.
Damn it, I need those.
And destroying so much life. Yes, importing retarded animals into our country totally doesn't be bad. Oh, they raised 250,000 white women. No, we're just going to ignore this. It doesn't fit with our notion of our worldview. Stressful situation. The act of stressful situation. She's not a bystander. But I'm just saying, this seems to impact women a lot more than men. You see it when they're police officers. You see it when they're driving cars. You see it in the military. There is overwhelming evidence that this happens, and yet it doesn't fit the world.
Oh.
Men and women are the same, and literally
It's a slow night.
they just have to keep slaughtering innocent people on the altar of fucking retarded anti-reality diversity.
Situation, but I mean, something's very wrong. Amelia gets shot herself. Women shouldn't be police officers. It's honestly ridiculous that we've deluded ourselves into thinking they're suited for roles like this in society. I know this will come across as insensitive, but we need to have a real conversation about frontline female police officers and infanteers.
Conversation. Everyone knows it's real. The crazy thing is that, like, every rational human being knows this. They just have to make believe that they don't, because otherwise they will look bad.
She shot a civilian and ran away when the gunman came at her. She abandoned her partner.
Yeah, what are we doing, man?
I mean, if you're a 6'2" guy, right, and you're, you know, a 24-year-old criminal, the probability of a 5'3" female officer being able to subdue you or stop you, it's zero. Like, it's just not going to happen.
Well, I mean, there is a gun. A lot of people call a gun the great equalizer, but it really doesn't equalize everything. Obviously.
That's before the shooting. This is the person. This was the person, and then she immediately shoots him after this, which is fucking insane.
That's crazy. That's absolute insanity. She just popped an innocent man.
Bracing your proof on anecdotal situations and emotional reaction.
I love that everyone's like anecdotal. Yeah, but there's millions of these anecdotal situations. Listen, man, if women were as equipped to these roles as men, then there would have historically been one instance throughout all of history where a matriarchal society worked, but it never did. At some point, after there are a million anecdotal situations, you start to recognize perhaps a pattern.
What I'm saying is that police officers often need to have the physical ability to restrain and to control.
I think it's more even than the physical ability. I think it's the mental ability. I think in incredibly high pressure situations, women freak out more than men. You know, I'll just be real here. I've seen it with my own two eyes enough times to know that. Now, even aside from that, I also think that objectively, women don't carry a full load. Women in the military carry less. They get more tired easier. So yes, obviously, I think that physically speaking, men are better at this shit than women. But even in an instance like this, where she has a gun, and you make the argument that it's not purely about the physical, I think emotionally speaking, women are not as equipped for situations like this as men. Not to say that there won't be certain outliers on both sides, but the statistics don't lie.
Suspects in different cases. A woman is not as big and strong as a man is.
And we see this every time, by the way.
If you drink
I don't
all
know
the
if
coffee,
any of you remember,
I'll
there
kill
was
you.
there was a shooting in Bondi Beach in Australia. Muslim terrorist murdered 15 Jews.
What the hell do you want this time?
Like you'll notice this again and again. There was a case in England where there was a Muslim guy. It's crazy how many of them are of that ilk. And in an airport, and she basically didn't do anything, and she was like, stop, and he just basically walked up there and broke her nose. She was bleeding and crying everywhere. This was like an incredibly famous story. Everyone was talking about it. Yeah, and we're just supposed to keep. Oh, they're all anecdotal. Every single one of them is an anecdotal, right? There's no evidence. There's no evidence.
Be careful out there. You wouldn't want to get hurt.
Just now. All right, so like this was the case.
Great. Here you go.
Oh man, come on.
All in one place.
Muhammad Ahmad, age
Look at, she's tiny. Look at this.
26, falling today.
And he just blasts her. He blasts her over here. And as you can see,
Ramaz, age 21.
Oh, they ended up letting him out of jail, by the way. That was the other part of it.
Muhammad.
And she's just she couldn't even get back into the game. Again, I'm not talking about how I'm not making fun of these people.
I got work to do. If you don't mind, don't just stand there with your thumb up your ass. Get the job done.
4'6" woman going up against a 6'2" guy. All right, it's not gonna work.
And because of that, she doesn't have that capacity. And also, men do have capacity.
The crazy thing is, then you see like all these fucking cop shows, and I think Netflix, infinite, convincing that reality isn't real, and it's a nice, wholesome Muslim man that's incredibly religious and cares about every individual, and the evil Christian as he abused them. This is literally the narrative in every single fucking cop movie, by the way. And then you have the badass female officer. None of the men, even though they're like 4 times her size, have a chance at defeating her. It's armless, and she's stoic and epic, and she's faster and stronger with better reaction times than all of the men combined. This is every single cop show, by the way. I'm trying to convince you that reality is not real.
Time than women do. Men have been trained and genetically engineered over millions of years to have faster reaction
That's what I'm saying. Even if you are a pure atheist, pure and utter atheism, you should understand it.
To have better eye-hand coordination and to be able to respond to things like this faster than women can. Just because...
Also, it's also about keeping a cool head in certain situations. Let's be honest, the crash outs are generally coming more from one gender than the other.
A woman can't go out there. That doesn't mean they can't do investigative work, and I think that women can play that role really well. And being a police officer, being an infantryman, and being a fireman, these require men. There shouldn't even be a conversation about them, by the way.
Yeah, but there is, because
she was looking directly at the suspect before shooting a random guy. Unless they told her there were multiple suspects, it makes no sense. Let me see, can I pull this up?
No!
Yeah, that's the shooter right there. And there's her, and then there's the guy that she shot.
Oh my god. What a fucking nightmare. And you know exactly what happened. She was stressed as fuck. Her partner was killed. She was super stressed. She saw a guy and she just knee-jerk reaction, blasted him. The end of leftism. Violent communist goes to kill Jews. Jew gets killed, but actually gets killed by the female cop. And the communist kills a Muslim cop. And then she and after looking at France going through that absolute nightmare with all those stabbings at the music festival, England with the grooming gang scandal getting covered up, Montreal, which just had a mass shooting situation taking place. We got to talk about the greatest country on the planet, the United States of America. So Europeans are coming to America en masse for the World Cup. Everyone cares about Goy Ball, I guess. Goy Ball is happening. Everyone gets balls. I'm kidding. I'm not kidding, but I'm kidding. You know what I mean? And all the Europeans come to America after decades of propaganda teaching them that America's crazy and everyone has guns and everyone's racist. Best country on the planet. Gotta do something wholesome every once in a while.
Super welcomed, and we have nothing but amazing things to say about Houston hospitality.
You can get every single landscape, every single climate.
Yeah, we're actually the best country on the planet, and these Eurotards are used to living under globalist communist rule.
You can get everything in the US.
We are all enjoying the fact that this country is so great to visit. People are amazing, so welcoming.
That's right.
The culture is amazing.
After all generations of propaganda to teach you that those Americans with their savage ways. And it's just the best country on the planet, actually.
You don't know how good you have it. These Europeans who are visiting do. They're experiencing it for the first time, not...
Yup. Tommy slop again. By 1 minute of capitalism.
Watching
1 minute.
someone else's interpretation of the United States for the first time. How often do you hear Americans say, you know, when I travel, I just realize how much better everything is. They'll say the food and stuff. It's just complete BS. The truth is you have more choice in the United States than anywhere else in the world.
Real.
The primary difference you will see is entitlement.
Yeah. And also Africans. lot more Africans in other countries.
From Americans and gratitude from these Europeans. Europeans now are actually, for the first time, experiencing America, the United States. Not New York City, not Los Angeles.
That's
the
right.
rest
Actual
of
America, not literally epicenters of gay. New York and LA.
America, and they are blown away. But first, let's compare ungrateful, entitled Americans, what they complain about as it relates to the United States, and keep in mind that everything you're about to hear is objectively incorrect.
America sucks ass, dude. I was in Thailand for 1 month, and then I was in Europe for 1 month.
Alone?
Coming back to America, if you're not in a major city, there is zero sense of community whatsoever.
I'm going on social media. Somebody said America is for making money, and the rest of the world is for living, bro.
Hit the ball again.
Let that sink in.
America is not what it once was. I've got some bad news if you
I love Europeans being like, my dog feet. So I made my entire life decision about
Oh no. Big dog that we once had. We don't even like
I actually don't care. I don't care, honestly, about the rest of the world.
Damn it.
A lot of people think I should. I actually care about our country. I want our country to be awesome. Actually, I actually don't really care if Europeans that are sacrificing their entire culture and society to an infinite hedonism and migration. I actually don't care about your opinion at all. Your boos mean nothing. People make you cheer.
Statistically on top of anything.
We are statistically on top of everything.
Don't even get me like started on the taxes, bro. I'm getting taxed on things that I already paid taxes for to buy with money that I
Go back to
got
Europe,
taxed
where
on.
taxes are friendlier.
Bro, taxes in Europe are a million times worse.
This shit is fucking ridiculous.
You don't get
I live
taxed
and
as a
work in
tourist.
Spain, making roughly 1,000 euros a month, which in America is nothing, but in Spain is more than enough to live. I only work 16 hours a week, and I'm able to afford a super nice apartment in the city
Where you work at the mini
center
course where they
of
can
Madrid.
put it for your...
Yo, I work 16 hours a week, and I have like nothing in my bank account, and I'm miserable and alone, and I have no children, and I'm sad, and but hey, I have an apartment in Madrid.
We don't got it. People don't want to live in America. People aren't.
More people objectively are trying to get into
Literally everyone is trying to come to America.
America than any country.
A lot of the kids said their parents wouldn't let them go to America because they were afraid they were going to get popped by the police.
I am like so out of here as soon as I have the opportunity.
Goodbye.
Like literally this place, bro.
The American mind cannot fathom. It's just crazy to me because, like, you've been told growing up your whole life that America is the best country in the world.
Literally, you have a nose ring. You literally have a septum piercing. Like, bro, shit goes off. I am sensing people having fun. Yeah, all right, dude.
That's just so far from the truth.
Yeah, so objectively, more people want to get into the United States than any country on Earth, and it's been that way for a very long time. Objectively, economically, when you're talking about GDP, especially, by the way, when you account for native-born American citizens, you have to kind of parse out the massive wave of illegal immigration. Americans do better, they fare better, they're more educated, economically they do better, they have a higher standard of living, better quality of life, and by the way, if you take people from these European nations where they may, for example, in a Scandinavian country like Denmark or Sweden, they have a higher quality of life. You take those people, transplant them to the United States, and it doubles immediately. It's far more comparable, or would be a more valid comparison to, let's say, Sweden, Norway, and Rhode Island, as far as size, population, and a homogenous demographic.
They don't like to hear about any of these things. Remember, reality doesn't matter to these people until all of a sudden it slaps them across the face. It's like the woman that's pro-trans rights, and then they go into the bathroom, and then they see the toilet seats up, and they're like, ah.
Everything that they say when they complain about the United States is objectively incorrect. Now,
reality is irrelevant to these people. It's all about the narrative. That's right. Reality doesn't matter.
for the Europeans who are blown away, and what, not just their own experiences, it's heartwarming, objectively, what they appreciate about the United States is verifiable.
Nothing comes close to the USA.
All right, a brand new experience for us.
Damn, bro.
The unit here. We're in a town called Taunton. This is a hospital. And I thought I would just make this little video to share the experience because it was utterly phenomenal.
Meeting Houstonians, how nice everyone has been, how welcoming everybody has been. How hospitable.
No one in the world, I've been to a lot of different countries, no one's as nice. Literally, no one is as nice and welcome as, like, conservative Americans. Like, I'm not even kidding. Nicest people I've ever met, just randomly in public. The people in, like, Arizona and Utah. You know, you just walk around and, like, everyone is super nice. They want to help. It's crazy. It's honestly insane. Then you go to France. You get stabbed by some needle from some fucking retard who shouldn't even be in the country.
Lord, you look like a member of the SS.
We just felt super welcomed, and we have nothing but amazing things to say about Houston hospitality.
You can get every single landscape, every single climate, you can get everything in the US.
May I have a burger? A strawberry shake with and animal French fries.
I'm in America right now, and I could cry because I've just found the thing that I miss the most when I go back home to the UK. I'm gonna cry. Crushed ice.
A lot of places in Europe don't give you ice because it's too costly.
Yeah, you can't sell ice in Europe anymore. Yeah, it'll all get stolen actually.
The trucks, everything in the US simply beats anything I've ever experienced anywhere in the world.
Damn, bro.
Watch this.
They're not Muslim. Oh, he's like my 4-year-old son.
They're not wearing hijabs. I can cry. They're not even wearing hijabs.
Yeah, just like him.
Delicious.
And the burger? Right.
Pretty lovely.
No one doing drugs. No one stealing. No one's breaking into my truck.
Crazy, huh?
He rented a truck. Nice.
There are no words to describe how lucky you guys are to live there. Americans are so lucky to
That's
live
right. Best
in
country
such
on the
an
planet.
amazing country.
And we actually, I know this is going to be crazy, we actually wanted to stay the greatest country on the planet. A country based on biblical values. A country that's actually a high trust society of people that actually are not barbarians. I know, it's a crazy thing to think about, but we actually like this, and we wanted to stay that way.
I wish I was there, guys, honestly.
Yeah, this is something I can tell you all of my Canadian family, and even myself, because I was raised in Canada from about 3 to 18. When I moved stateside, the first time I had to go to a hospital, it was like a hotel. All of my Canadian relatives will tell you the same. And Canadian friends, by the way, they will all tell you the same thing. Little things you take for granted, where people will say, you know, in America, our food is so loaded with preservatives and pesticides. When I go to Europe, first off, one of the top pizza places, like in all of Italy, they get their dough, I believe, exclusively from Manitoba and North Dakota. I was just reading about, like, they get a lot of their raw materials from the United States. You can grow tomatoes. You can grow your own fruit, your own produce. You're in New York City, California, Oklahoma City, take your pick. You can go into a grocery store anywhere in this country and get any kind of produce you want in any season. That's unheard of. If you look at a lot of these European countries, their fridges are the size of like your dorm mini fridge. They just have to make multiple trips. So to America, it's great if you can eat seasonally, if you can eat locally. It's like a novelty. It's a requirement. In most of Europe, certainly rural Europe, they don't have the choices. That's why their mind is blown. Little things that you take for granted.
Save the children. Hi, Gerald.
Bro.
What the hell are you doing?
Yeah, no, it's crazy. All the little things we take for granted. Like, I don't know, not having, Pakistani rape gangs, for example. It's actually pretty fucking awesome. Just insane to think about.
So people go, oh, that's because it's cold. No. Our summers get into the 90s and humid and muggy. You better be wealthy enough to get a window unit and pay 15% tax on it.
They didn't have that in Cambodia when I went, and I don't know if you know anything about Cambodia. It's a little hot. It's hotter than Canada.
Yeah.
In fact, it's hotter than Texas in most parts of it. We literally had to go to a restaurant and buy something so that we could sit in air conditioning for an hour a day.
When I was in Ireland, there's a whole middle part of the day. You just can't go to a restaurant. They're just off.
Done.
What?
They're gone.
What are they doing?
They close. They open for breakfast late, much later than most Americans would eat breakfast. Not everywhere, but this was Cork and Dublin. I was surprised as to how sleepy it was, how unproductive it was. And then you went out of the city a little bit, and it would be closer to a third world country as far as the homes, the size, the amenities, and what you know here in the United States. I'm not saying
everything we take for granted, dude. Just the economy. The economy there in Europe is an absolute shit show right now. They don't drill for oil. They shut down their nuclear plants. We don't want to invest in AI because AI. Some woke person on the internet is very upset about it. And now, while doing that, they have infinite free healthcare for all the retards, right? Which means that the retards are going to come, obviously. Dude, it's crazy. And also, the United States is big. It's beautiful. It's naturally beautiful. You go to the national parks. You go to Zion National Park. Wow, that's pretty fitting, I guess. You go to the Grand Canyon. There's nothing like it. It's incredible. It's grand. It's big. You could get everything you want here. You could literally follow your dreams. I know it sounds cliche and cringe, but this is the country we're trying to conserve. And Europeans who are coming from in-shitified Europe, whatever they fucking did to that place, and then they come here and they're like, holy shit, we could have been this if we weren't gay retards.
saying that Ireland is a third world country, but what I'm saying is you don't know how good you have it. These Europeans who are visiting do. They're experiencing it for the first time, not watching someone else's interpretation of the United States for the first time. And it's not New York City and it's not Los Angeles. There's a very, very big country. This is actually, it's such kind of a phenomenon right now that Jake Tapper even interviewed this German soccer player about specifically this on CNN.
What do you make of all the viral content coming out of this tournament and all the love for the European tourists from the American people as you show us our country with fresh eyes?
Yeah, I mean, I know Freddie. He's a nice guy. He's from like close to me, so I've been talking to him. He's loving it. He's more touring the South. I did Chicago, and I think it's more like because in Europe we have a lot of rather negative news about the Americans in the last 5 years, let's say that. And I think we are all enjoying like the fact that this country is so great to visit. The people are amazing, so welcoming. The culture is amazing. It's like Europeans are getting a new view of America right now. I think also through our content, and that's cool, I think.
Yeah, I wonder why they had a negative perception. Not only because of European media, by the way, often state run. BBC had the same thing in Canada. CBC.
The media fucking hates us too, because again, we are a successful capitalist society. Way too socialist, by the way. I pay way too much taxes, but we are all the things that the media are trying to convince you that actually you should not like. They're telling you that you should not actually like a culture that's rooted in biblical principle. You should not like capitalism. You should want to flood your country with infinite migrants. You should be woke. You should protect the environment at the cost of your fucking children getting raped by Muslims. So much endless propaganda trying to teach people that America bad. Oh, America's so racist, they even elected Trump. Oh, Trump, a 90s Democrat, Trump. Oh, you just wait until you see what's coming. So that's why they're all so mind blown, because actually, we are the greatest country on the planet, and they were lied to their entire lives, and they believed it.
See, but because of our far left media here in the United States,
like Jake Tapper,
you
see him smile like, oh, you've heard of my work.
Yeah.
I'm glad I made it over there.
Yeah, did you read my book where I talk about Biden's cognitive decline that I attack everyone for pointing out?
Yeah, 2 years later.
So yeah, once you go, oh wow, very, very different. Then there's this story. It's pretty cool. This guy he's German, and the online screen name is just Freddie. And at first when I read it, I thought it was like German Freddy. When I, like, oh yeah, maybe we should go to my boiler room and I will stab you with my claws on your wrist.
Yeah, that's why my name is Kruger.
That's right, Kruger. As opposed to Spanish, Freddy Krueger. I will take you back to my boiler room and then I will kill you with my claws.
I will see you in your dreams.
That's right. Only when I show up, your dreams become a nightmare.
Europeans. I love that everyone does it now. It's so awesome. Oh,
I have so many claws.
So sad.
All right, Vega.
So sad what happened to these guys. The greatest culture, greatest civilization known to man, being fucking destroyed by woke retards. It's miserable.
No.
It's miserably sad, and everyone knows this. And I think nothing exhibits a better example of the idea that like the leftist media will break you completely and utterly destroy you. All right, your eyes never saw the reality, so they will shape your mind to believe what they want you to believe. All right, just understand that is exactly what these people are doing, manipulating you into believing a thing, and then you open your eyes and your world breaks. Your entire world gets destroyed. That happened to Europeans coming to America. That also happened to this guy. This is a libtard who talked about his experience after Charlie Kirk was assassinated. He's an ex-libtard. All right, just understand. I think this is one of the greatest videos I've ever seen, by the way.
I'm actually glad that Charlie Kirk was murdered, but probably not for the reason you think. I was at work when I first found out. A fellow employee had wandered up to me, cell phone in hand, and asked, "Did you hear that Charlie Kirk just got assassinated?" And I, without even a moment's hesitation, responded, "Good! Fuck that Nazi white supremacist piece of shit!" I had never before witnessed such a perfectly blended expression of disgust, disappointment, sadness, and surprise.
The normal reaction, by the way, to every single one of these leftoid fucks.
All through the window of another man's eyes, or experienced a silence so uncomfortable as the one that followed, and although that look on his face now haunts me more and more with each passing day, at the time, it only made me distrustful and upset. But little did I know that the sentence which followed would end up becoming the most profoundly psychologically impactful question that I've ever been.
All right, are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready to hear the psychologically impactful question? It changed his life. It's one question.
Have you ever actually watched any of his debates? I decided to end the conversation immediately. This man was clearly a lost cause.
That's right. Never, ever engage in discussion with the other side. They must all automatically be evil.
Those intellectually dishonest Kool-Aid drinking types who refuses to engage in good faith with any perspective which contradicts their outstandingly narrow and propagandized worldview. And by this man, I mean me. because I hadn't actually watched any of his debates.
That's right, obviously.
I was basing literally every single thing I believe about a human being with thousands of hours worth of publicly available recordings of himself openly expressing his opinions on a small handful of out-of-context clips that had been curated for me by algorithms and media organizations being funded by the political opposition.
That's right, and that's literally the entire liberal world. All right? Just do not believe your eyes. Do not believe reality. Believe what I want you to believe. This has literally, like a cancer, infected all of leftism.
I foamed at the mouth, right along with the rest of those rabid and bloodthirsty dogs, gleefully mocking those who had been saddened by his death and downplaying the atrocity of it all by suggesting that political violence is just an unfortunate yet necessary step toward our coveted socialist revolution. That is, until I began to notice a common thread. The exact same comment being repeated ad nauseum in nearly every single online space.
Huh.
Have you ever actually watched any of his debates? I didn't think much of it at first. Of course right-wingers are all regurgitating the exact same talking point. They're in a cult. They're brainwashed. It was an ordinary and boring morning on the day I found out that I am a monster. In that moment where my curiosity got the best of me and I decided to click on some random YouTube thumbnail of Charlie Kirk with his goofy and gummy smile in an attempt to reaffirm my preconceived biases. And it was an unusually stressful afternoon on that very same day when I spoke to my father for the first time in years, despite the fact that he had always loved and supported me unconditionally. And it was a never-ending sleepless night, coming to terms with the fact that literally every single thing I thought I hated about the right, bigotry, stupidity, violence, vitriol, and narrow-mindedness was actually just an outward projection of hatred toward my own self. Charlie Kirk is my hero. He opened my eyes to the cruel and manipulative nature of our political media, brought my family back together, and taught me how to love again. And to anyone who takes issue or offense with that, I'm going to do exactly what he would have done, and challenge you to answer a simple, honest, and straightforward question. Have you ever actually watched any of his debates?
Charlie Kirk, doing the Lord's work beyond the grave, saving libtards that would be gleeful if you were killed. People that you would think are so
How did I get the
far gone that
way the
there's no
fuck
way
out
to be
here?
saved. Charlie Kirk saved them
I don't know.
from beyond the grave. And all they had to do
Huh.
was
Oh, I
actually
went to
look
get
at
the.
reality
That's right.
with their
All
own
right.
eyes instead of just live in their endless fucking retarded stupor of delusion. Very fucking brave of this guy, by the way, to come out with this video, I have to say. But nothing more. When you watch Charlie Kirk, you realize he wasn't a monster. You go to America, you realize it's actually just the greatest country on earth. You go to a communist utopia like Cuba, you realize it's an absolute shithole. You see a trans person in the woman's bathroom, and all of a sudden you're not feeling super comfortable. He just wants to watch you pee, okay? 250,000 British girls got raped by Pakistani Muslim rape gangs, and all of a sudden diversity is not your greatest strength. Nothing radicalizes you like reality. Anyway, thanks so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. This was a super deep dive on all the things that happened. I did a lot of research on all of them, from Montreal to France to the UK, to Europeans coming to America, to Iran and Israel. I covered all the things. I do my best every day. Definitely subscribe. And if you can support me on Patreon now more than ever, it would be really appreciated. These videos take a lot of effort and a lot of work, and I'm not making money on them. I'll update you on that in the future. I appreciate you all immensely. Don't be afraid of reality. Embrace it. God created it for a reason. He didn't create reality for you to make believe it doesn't exist, as dark as it sometimes gets. See you in the next one. Bye!
So, whether you're a chemistry teacher who wants to turn bad, or you're a low-level criminal who needs a helping hand, you'd better call Saul. This Breaking Bad spin-off kinda came out of nowhere in 2015, and it's been nothing short of a smash hit, being nominated for 53 primetime
I knew that
Emmys.
was gonna happen.
Breaking Bad is a hard act to follow, but how well does this show hold up? Well, today, we're gonna find out, as I'm gonna be going through each and every episode so I can give you the entire story of Better Call Saul. I know literally everyone under the sun knows the ground rules here, but let me give you the basics anyway. Let's start with Saul Goodman, or should I say, Jimmy McGill. This series is set a few years before the events of Breaking Bad, when Saul was still using his real name Jimmy. He's nowhere near as successful.
Jake, what is a nudge unit?
Okay, so a nudge unit is an extension of another unit that exists within the UK government known as the Behavioural Insights Team. and which is also it works in parallel with something called RICU, R-I-C-U, and essentially these three sects of the government, they're not explicitly stated as doing so, but everyone knows that they do. They visit the victims of migrant attacks like rape and murder and stabbings and muggings and all these kinds of things. They visit the victims, and one aspect of what they're supposed to be doing is to intimidate people into not making this a race issue. So any statements that they say following their attack is specifically is to make sure they're not saying things like because of all these Somalians in my neighborhood, I got robbed. This was obviously going to happen. Get them the fuck out. They go around and they make sure that people aren't saying that. And then you've got Riku, and you've got Riku, which has been rumored to be writing victim statements for them.
What? I've heard about this.
Yeah, so basically, whenever you see a victim, and Henry Novak's family are probably most likely victims of this, they were saying like their statements usually sound like this: despite the attacks on me and my family, we do not want this to be used to cause further division in our society.
Yep.
So
I've seen that stuff.
Wait,
Dude, if I
shut
ever
the
get killed
hell
by a
up.
Muslim, politicize the fuck out of it, please. You have my permission.
Dude, that's crazy. Because the same thing just happened on social media. There's a clip of a girl who was live streaming with a girl that looked just like her. And this black migrant comes up to him and starts sucking on her neck. And that clip is circulating online right now. And then the girl underneath says, I gave no one permission to use this for any like political agenda or just like anti-immigrant agenda. And it's like these women are getting sexually assaulted on stream because their empathy levels are so high, it's to the form of, suicidal empathy. It's crazy. So there are people writing out testimonies, false testimonies of victims?
Yeah, it's not explicitly stated anywhere that is actually happening, but everyone in the UK, because all these neighborhoods are so close-knit, because the UK is just so small.
Yes.
And there's entire cul-de-sacs of families that exist here. While the families themselves are told not to make divisive issues out of their rape, the people in the area find out about this and then they post about it. It's almost impossible to stop that from happening. So that's why the UK knows about things like the nudge unit. And that's not even the worst part. The worst part of it is actually the Behavioral Insights team, the BIT, that operates in the UK, because you can go onto their Wikipedia page right now, and they explicitly state, without any shame, that they are there to carry out social engineering on the British public to make them think and act in a certain way, and to think a certain way about specific events and topics. And to manipulate the general public, and it's all on their website. And it's owned by a company called Nesta, whose chairman is a Jew, and it's owned by...
Every single time.
You're never that far, Nux, okay? It's like 1 degree separation. Keir Starmer, not a Jew. Wife is...
I'm telling you, man, prove. The leftist Jews they're diabolical.
They really are. But the Nesta, the charity that just bought out the Behavioral Insights team is Labour government led. They follow the Labour manifesto.
That's
yeah. Well, Keir Starmer, wasn't he in a right? I'm pretty sure they said he gave up 13,000 like warnings to pedophiles. Like instead of arresting them, he gave them like a warning notice.
Oh yeah, it's a warning letter.
Yeah.
Yeah, he would write them warning letters. Hey, if you rape another kid, we're gonna have to send you an even strongly worded letter next time.
Raping.
Oh my God,
Dude,
bro.
everyone in the UK is afraid of Sharia law, but under Sharia law, these guys would be getting 100 lashes each. Like,
That's why they're here.
Yeah, that's why the Qatari government actually, they revoke visas for Muslims from England, because they say that the Muslims in England are too radical for Qatar.
Yes, they did do that because there's Muslim Brotherhood have invaded British institutions like colleges and universities, and they don't. It's the UAD, the UAD, whatever it is. They didn't want to send any more students, or they didn't want to send any more funding here.
The Muslim Brotherhood 100-year plan. Are you familiar?
I've never heard of this.
The 100-year plan?
Yeah.
No.
Okay, so the 100-year plan was a plan that the Muslim Brotherhood came up with in the 90s, where basically they stated their stated goal of conquering Europe and America. Now, they say there's two options. You either do it by the ballot or the bullet, and you conquer the world that way. You basically play on the empathy. You take over. You elect your own people into power. You change laws because you become a actual tangible enough majority to influence politics, and you slowly but surely get more people in, you outbreed your opponent, and then by the ballot you conquer them. And if they fight back at some point, you'll have so many numbers that you'll be able to take them on by the bullet.
That's fucking disgusting. Is this?
Sounds like I read the Calgary plan.
Can you link me that sometime, Nux, so I can read it?
You can literally look it up. Muslim Brotherhood 100-year plan. It's
Okay.
public, actually.
Okay.
And the Muslim Brotherhood, it's considered a terrorist organization in the United Arab Emirates. Okay, they call them a terrorist organization. Just to understand, right? Now, there's a lot of Muslim Brotherhood still in Qatar, which is why Qatar and Al Jazeera is basically a mouthpiece for the Islamic regime in Iran. It's their stated goal. It's like you're racist for saying it's their stated goal. It's like you're Islamophobic when you say that they like pedophilia. They worship a pet. They worship a pet.
They sure do. A false prophet, who likes BBC
He
in
was
the
all
desert.
the things that they say they hate about, the West, right? You don't understand. He was a colonial slaver, sex slaver, pedophile, gay, rapist, warlord, thief.
Oh
Ooh.
my god.
Right?
Dude, sounds like what they call you,
you know how-
bro. That's crazy.
Yeah, you know how Muhammad died? You know how he died?
No.
So he invaded a village. He found a woman that he was attracted to. So he murdered her mother, her father, and her brother, and her husband. And then he raped her. And then she said, "Let me cook you a meal, Muhammad." And he said, "Sure thing." And she poisoned him, and he died.
Oh, wait,
Prophet, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh.
Yeah.
W twist.
Oh, Jewish woman. W Jews. Let's go.
Yeah, get some W Jews in the chat, guys. Let's get some love for the Jews, boys. I love Jewish people. Can we get a Netanyahu W, guys? Let's fucking get it in there, boys. Let's get it.
Netanyahu, if you're watching this podcast, I have reason to believe Hassan Piker is 2 weeks away from a nuclear weapon.
Yeah, that's
Someone got in real big trouble for a joke like that not too long ago, man.
Wait, really?
Uh-oh. Yeah. There was a woman that was just like, Bibi Netanyahu, drop bombs here, please. And she ended up in fucking court.
He'll be okay, he's Jewish.
Yeah.
Hold up.
Yeah.
I don't want Netanyahu to drop bombs. I want him to investigate. Okay.
Real quick, Nux. Who's your speed dial number one? What's his name? Real quick. Is it Bibi?
Benjamin, what a coincidence.
They just have the same name.
Yeah.
Damn, bro. Okay. Okay. Well,
The poor guy that was attacked. Just a very short drive from where I'm sitting. The Sudanese guy that was gouging out the eyes of that guy. Yeah, I went to the crime scene, man. It's wild. And the only reason why we know about that is because of X. And the rape gang inquiry was posted to X.
Did you see Sneeko, everyone's favorite brown clown? Sneeko's coverage of that?
brown clown. So
No,
yeah,
I
the one where he said there isn't a solution.
Yep, that's the one. So Sneeko, he was sitting there, he was talking to someone, someone brings up the Belfast beheading, and he's like, "Oh, that was a Sikh guy, right?" No, it was a Sudanese Muslim guy, Sneeko. And he's like, and then after saying, "There's just nothing we can do about it. There's just no solution." Yeah, there fucking is a solution.
Yeah, there is.
Well, I don't believe that we should deport him.
Civilizational enemy.
No,
Yeah, we should-
deportation is the moderate solution.
Yeah, I don't think we should do that at all. When you have them all in the same area, there's a better solution.
Yeah, and it's actually quite absolute, actually. I mean, you know what? It'd probably be the same solution as if we went over to Pakistan in our millions and immediately started sucking off welfare and fucking all of the Pakistani women. I don't think they'd deport us either. I think they would make sure that we're very well acquainted with how many guns they have.
It is insane.
Yeah, we never need to know, because ain't no one going to Pakistan. Hell no. It's a bunch of rocks. There's a reason for that, by the way.
Yeah, it is crazy how I see these people with the LGBTQ flag saying "Free Palestine" when it's like if you were to go over there, they would slaughter you in the street. By the way,
I mean that actually happened. There was a I don't know if you heard about this. There was a Italian activist named Tony Rigatoni or something. I don't know, some cringe Italian.
Yeah.
All right, it's just something like that.
Yeah.
And he was a pro-Palestine guy. He went to Gaza to help the Palestinians. Hamas took him. They beat him. They executed him in public because he was an infidel.
Jesus.
Do you know what? He's down in hell right now, being like, well, do you know what? It's
Isn't
their
that
culture,
fucking
and
crazy?
I'm not gonna use this as a divisive thing.
Of course, yeah, guys, don't use this to divide anybody. A couple of things, real quick.
The ultimate strategy that these people have been employing everywhere, it's like this victim thing, where you know, they start shit and they do it every time. They start shit and then Islamophobia. You know, the issue with raping 250,000 British girls is the backlash they'll have on peaceful Muslims. You know.
Yeah.
Culture, man. Leave it alone. It's the culture.
Yeah, right. And you hear that every time. Yeah. Do you know the last time Muslims won a war against non-Muslims?
No. Never.
It was in the 1100s.
1100s?
Yeah, they have been losing wars for 1,000 years, consistently.
Look, any day now. Look, like a broken clock, right?
And the crazy thing is, and every single time, it's like, okay, but they actually we're the victims here actually because we started a war and lost. Right? And they do this everywhere, all over the place. And it's like, hello.
They're probably late game
Are we
scarers.
still falling for this?
I'm not.
Yeah, it's nice seeing more and more people wake up to the bullshit that's going on with a lot of the culture that some people call inferior.
2 billion Muslims can't kill 9 million Jews in Israel? Like, come on, guys.
Oh, boy.
What are we doing? What are we doing?
What are we doing, guys? Great.
It's the R&D funding.
What is this thing? What do y'all put down here? Palestine Action designated as a terrorist org in the UK.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So Palestine Action was.
Wait, I watched a short from you about this.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm telling you, bro, you got motion. You got hella motion, bro. You're gaining momentum, dude. It's insane. It's good to see.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was.
As you should.
There was. Thanks. There was a Palestine Action, which was an activist movement specifically within the UK that was advocating for free Palestine, all that stupid fucking gay shit. And because they had become so disruptive and so politically violent, and they were using this activism to justify this violence, it was actually found in court. It was actually deliberated in court that Palestine Action was to be designated a terrorist organization. And then what happened was they immediately tried to appeal that, and it was put back into court, and they were hoping that it was going to be released from the terrorist label. And no, they doubled down and like, no, this is definitely superty duper bad. No, it's still terrorist org actually. And all these fucking leftists, these quivering cane-using leftists were crying on the streets. Once again, they are fucking terrorists because Antifa was already reclassified as a terrorist organization as well.
As they should be.
Yeah.
Yeah. So actually, Palestine Action. And the funny thing is, I think again, just like how all the Carmelo Anthony supporters would support him for murdering a white guy, all of the based, integrated, modern leftist Muslims all fucking love Palestine Action, right? Mehdi Hassan and Hassan Piker, right, and Cenk Uygur.
Great guy.
Support Palestine Action. Do you know what just happened? There were the Palestine Action terrorists broke into what was it? A British military base and
Israeli.
shattered a police. It was in England though.
Yeah, on England soil. But wasn't it an Israeli weapons company?
An Israeli weapons company on British soil and shattered a British policewoman's spine with a sledgehammer. Okay.
Jesus.
And Mehdi Hassan goes on Twitter saying we should not be punishing these people. They were trying to fight back against a pretendicide in Gaza. All right. And, that's what we're dealing with now.
Yeah.
We're
They
dealing
were
with
charged, by
the
the way, I'm
retards.
pretty
They
sure.
just love that.
So Hassan tweeted that out?
No, that was Mehdi Hassan, different
Mehdi
guy,
Hassan.
big
Okay.
guy. But
Cool.
our
M-E-H-D-I-N.
Hassan, right? You know Dog Shocker, the brothel enthusiast, Diddy
Yeah.
Party guy,
Yeah, I love that
Howard
guy.
Hassan.
Yeah, he's
right?
awesome.
So he was supporting a different Palestine Action terrorist attack where they broke into a British military base and they were dumping, what was it, canisters of paint into like plane engines, which is very dangerous, obviously. And then they caught them, and then Hassan is like, "Oh no, they were stopping a pretendicide in Gaza. Now they're pulling." It's like, it's unreal, man. These guys, they just fucking love terrorism.
Is that the genocide that's not happening in Palestine? I'm still...
Yeah, are you denying?
Yeah, I'm 100% denying. Yeah, I'm a pretendicide realist here.
Pretendicide. I'm gonna have to use
Dude,
that
1% of civilians in Gaza were killed over this war.
Do you know
1%.
what, Nux? I fucking knew we were going to make sure that you were going to be a genocide denier at some point. I knew that was coming. Welcome to the club, fella.
Yeah. It was 271 Palestinians at most.
Yeah. 6 million Palestinians? Yeah, I doubt it.
Yeah, no, but if you really look at the numbers, like the UN says 70% of buildings are damaged or 1% of people are killed. They dropped like 2 tons of bombs per person that died. Like, it's obviously not a genocide under... In fact, the genocide case that the International Criminal Court was holding against them, they pushed it off because they don't have evidence.
Against Israel?
Like, against Israel.
You showed a commercial a long time ago, Nuts, on your YouTube channel, of like hiding like spaceships inside of buildings. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, that was sure. So Iran was publishing how, oh yes, the reason why they are trying their absolute best to shoot ballistic missiles into civilian territories is because there is actually a Star Destroyer hidden under this building.
Have you guys seen those commercials? Jake Powder, have you seen these commercials?
No.
No.
No, you need to link them this. No, legit. So they take these commercials and they show these buildings because they were bombing these buildings, these civilian buildings. And then they would show the apartment buildings and then they would put in like actual ships from like Star Wars, like Star Crushers, like in like infrared technology that they see these like Earth level threat ships in these civilian apartment buildings. And they're positioned with like, no, it's not an apartment room. It's actually their storage for these fighter planes with nuclear bombs on them. It is insane levels of
Palestine
propaganda.
made this commercial?
No, that was
About
Iran.
That was Iran made that about Israel?
Palestine, they don't have the technology for that. They just basically give AK-47s to like 6-year-olds and have them scream Allahu Akbar. That's their
Wildly
propaganda.
effective. So Iran had a commercial campaign that said Israel was hiding Star Destroyers in buildings and that's why they were shooting those buildings?
Exactly.
It was awesome.
Would I be entirely wrong if I said I totally fucking believe that's the case?
Dude, it would be pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie.
I mean, do you know how much money Israel has pumped into their R&D department? There's a reason why every single chip in your PC and in your phone is developed in Israel.
Yep. Not every chip, but yeah, a lot.
Wait, so Jake, you would actually believe that there was like Star Destroyers in these civilian buildings?
It's
totally joking.
Oh, okay.
It's not that I believe that there are. What I'm saying is, I wouldn't be surprised if there were.
Oh, okay. I get you. Yeah, no, I mean, these commercials are fucking hilarious.
Yeah, there is some like wacky tech coming out of Israel that like was shown off in this war.
Go to Grok and ask Grok if it's possible to build a high-end gaming PC without using any parts that were developed in Israel.
No.
Okay. Hold up. Okay. So
I know like Nvidia has like huge headquarters in Israel. But did you see I call it the Goy beam. Have you seen the Iron Beam?
No.
So the Iron Beam. In the Iron Beam, it's so you know what the Iron Dome is, right?
Yeah.
Oh yes. Yeah.
Yeah, so the Iron Dome is very expensive, right? Every time some fucking retard 60 IQ Houthi shoots a rocket in, you have to spend a couple $1,000s to intercept that missile, right? So obviously the Jews don't want to spend that kind of money on intercepting missiles, so they developed the Goy beam.
The Goy
Iron beam, which is basically it's an anti-rocket system that's purely laser-based, and it costs basically nothing to intercept missiles with lasers.
Well, Jews would love that, wouldn't they? Jesus Christ.
Wait, so
Jews love space lasers.
I grokked this, and I grokked, can I build a high-end gaming PC without the use of Israeli parts? And it says no. Building a true high-end PC while completely avoiding any Israeli involvement in design, R&D, manufacturing, or corporate ties is not realistically possible today. Global semiconductor supply chains are deeply interconnected, and Israel is a major hub for chip design, R&D, and some manufacturing, especially for products. That's crazy. I did not know that. That's interesting.
So, just
That's
know
why
that
they're our
every
greatest
time
ally.
All right, let's bring up the Hezbollah pagers real quick.
That was super funny.
That was insanely cool.
That was so
Dude.
fucking wild, man. That was...
Tecton, are you familiar with the Hezbollah pagers?
No, but I bet you'll make me familiar with it.
I will make you so familiar, it's crazy. So basically, during the after October 7th, right, Israel went to war with Gaza, with Hamas in Gaza, and then Hezbollah, which is to the north of Israel and Lebanon, started firing, and as they have been for like the last 40 years. They're also funded by Iran, so they're firing rockets in, and when Israel starts fighting back by detonating the pagers used by hundreds of Hezbollah terrorist lieutenants. And their pages are all on their hips, so they blew the nuts off like hundreds of lieutenants.
What?
In Hezbollah.
Wait, Tom, did you know about this?
I've heard of it, yeah.
Yeah. So the craziest part was, it's the old pagers that like doctors would use in like the 60s. You know, it turns out the Mossad somehow, and the manufacturing of these pagers was able to literally place physical explosives in the pagers, and they left it there for years until Hezbollah decided to start a war, and then they blew them all up.
That's so fucking funny.
I find it to be incredibly concerning.
Yeah, that is fucking horrifying.
Yeah,
do you know why they were using such old tech?
Why?
They were using such old tech because they're notoriously hard to hack.
Yeah.
In fact, there's an entire network of legacy computers, or legacy devices they call them in cybersecurity, that are specifically designed, they're specifically held back in like a really, like 1980s kind of computers because they lack the modern vectors that most cyber criminals use in order to gain access to foreign systems. So they purposefully use really old tech because they're almost impossible to hack now, because the tools and devices that are used for hacking these days don't know how to hack that old software and technology. That's why they typically do sometimes use really old computers for that.
That's actually...
Which is why they added physical explosives.
That's why they did that, yeah. Instead of, because they were worried that Israel was going to hack their pages, but Israel would just like, bam.
That was a twist. But the crazy thing is, it turns out that was one of the most pinpoint, strikes of all time. All right, they literally pinpointed the terrorist lieutenants to take out at the same time.
Yeah, Nux, we're not impressed. We're fucking terrified, bro.
Yeah, that's a little scary.
So cool.
I'm not gonna
Listen,
lie.
man, I know that
Little button under his desk. He's got...
Listen, the chips in my phone know that I'm Jewish.
Oh, okay, good.
It's about to blow up. I know it.
Fuck, yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I started looking at my PC sideways because that's a little bit fucking freaky as fuck. But let's move to something a little bit more happy.
Killing terrorists is awesome, actually.
No, it is when it's done to do that. But now it's like, well, man, I don't want to piss these people off.
Dear old Qing was that he was a prominent ruler in the state of Qin during the Eastern Zhou dynasty, somewhere towards the beginning of the 6th century BC. He was regarded as a strong and wise military ruler, having brought peace and cooperation amongst the 6 clans within his own state. All he did was divide the state's existing military into 6 separate branches, one from each of the clans. This kept them happy and loyal, eager to share wisdom and advice on any domestic and foreign affairs to maintain peace. Keep your subjects happy and they won't try to rebel and kill you. Even though he was a man of domestic peace and prosperity, this didn't mean that he couldn't export a few strategic ass whoopings. His strong military coalition allowed the state of Qin to lay some major smackdowns on neighboring warring states during his reign, asserting dominance within the region. It's just a shame that such a prominent figure would be subject to such a bizarre death. According to the classical Chinese text in the Zuochuan, Qing was suddenly struck with sickness in the summer of 581 BC. Feeling like complete doo-doo, he consulted with a shaman for advice and a prognosis. And it wasn't good. Instead of any sort of useful medical advice, the shaman instead presented the Duke with a grim prophecy. You're gonna die, dude. The shaman informed the Duke that he had but a short time to live, specifically that he wouldn't live to feast on the wheat of the new harvest season. The Duke did not like that, so he had the shaman executed. As a bit of a fuck you, Qing had some farmers reap an unripe crop of wheat and mash it into flour to make a debatably delicious low-poly cake. Horrible idea. The quote-unquote cake only exacerbated his symptoms, leading to frequent tummy troubles. Such rumblies in his tumbly meant that he had to make a poopy and a potty. So, scrambling to the nearest possible shitter, the Duke slammed his cheeks down to make a Duke of his own. But the slamming of the cheeks was apparently overly aggressive as he fell right through the seat and into the cesspool below. Already in a weakened state due to illness, Qing was quickly overwhelmed by the rotting slop and drowned in the waste. Now, I know what you're thinking. With bizarre deaths such as this, there's often the suspicion of over-exaggeration or falsehoods, with more reasonable explanations for one's passing being brought up in other texts. However, a few other works of the time also mention this exact event, with zero other sources even alluding to evidence of foul play or even an uneventful natural demise. So Qing is remembered as the Duke that fell into a turlet and done drowned. Pretty shitty. With a name like Stanislav Leszczynski, you know this guy was destined for greatness, and he was, kinda. During the Great Northern War, Sweden was just frothing at the gash for some faithful allies to assist in their defense against Russia and the aptly named anti-Swedish coalition, one of which was the Kingdom of Poland. The current Polish monarch, King Augustus II, was a cool guy and all, but wasn't very supportive of the Swedes, so let's just... there we go. Stanislav, one of the Polish king's most vocal opposers, had been installed on the throne by Sweden in 1704, and his rule remained valid as long as Sweden remained undefeated in the Great Northern War. The Swedish got their fish handed to them in 1709, with their king dethroned and forced into exile. With that, Augustus II politely knocked on the Polish royal doors to reclaim his throne. Sad Stanley was swept to the sidelines, but started to strategize. His beautiful cotton swab of a daughter got hitched to King Louis XV of France in 1725, a critical move of politics and power. With the French king now giving the old to his daughter, Stanislav would have a stronger claim to the Polish throne when the time came. And just like the French king, that time came rather quickly. In 1733, Augustus II had a bit of an embarrassing death himself. He went and snapped off an entire toe when entering a carriage. The wound got infected, which, in pre-modern medical terms, means death. Now, you would think that the throne would be passed down to Augustus' son, right? Wrong. The Polish king unfortunately never made the throne a hereditary inheritance, which was a grave mistake. Instead, the throne was formally up for grabs through a royal election. The winner, of course, was none other than Stanislav Leszczynski, so he was made king. Again. However, Russia, the winner of the whole Great Northern War thing, objected, demanding that the throne be rightfully passed to Augustus' son. Thus, a new war began, the War of the Polish Succession. French and Russian forces proceeded to blow each other to bits in Austria over who should be the rightful Polish king. 2 years and 88,000 deaths later, the two agreed on a ceasefire and Stan was forced to surrender the throne. But in my opinion, he made out on the deal. He had to give up his kingship, sure, but he was made Duke of the territories of Lorraine and Bar, living a wealthy and peaceful life in the comfy, cozy countryside, actively ruling the territories and writing philosophy in his spare time. But during one of his relaxing evenings of spitting poetic flames onto parchment in 1766, Tragedy struck. Clad in his iconic silk robes, the now 88-year-old Stanislav nodded off near the fireplace.
Forged in fire, driven by war, humanity becomes the galaxy's nightmare. The first thing I heard was the sound of the sky breaking. Not an explosion, not an alarm, just a long, deep crack, like the universe.
Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive.
Alright, I gotta go to the bathroom. Let me get to the safe real quick.
Democracy of the left. And here's the meme of the day, brought to you by 5mind.com. Well, how else could I possibly start this video other than saying...
Alright, let me run to the bathroom right
I've been
quick.
saying it forever, I'll maintain it till the day I die. And once again, the proof is undeniable and so obvious for all to see. These frickin' leftoids are the most insufferably smug frickin' clowns on the planet. Holy moly, always strutting around and banging on their chest on social media, pretending that they're the smartest people in every room, just oozing intellectual superiority. Anyone who dares disagree with them is just too stupid to see the truth. A stupid inbred right-wing fascist mongrel, too blinded by their bigotry to keep up with the mass intellectualism of the left-wing thinker. Well, that's certainly what they like to tell themselves. It's the narrative that they love to peddle in, and of course, on social media, boy do they run with this stuff. And yeah, you probably get where I'm going with this. Pretty much every single time, without fault, it always ends up the same way. The narrative in the online boasting never really ends up lining with reality now, does it? The actual second these people leave their safe spaces and echo chambers, that's when it all falls apart. And boy do I have the perfect clip here with little Dean Withers, arguably one of the most performative phony scumbags on the internet. The guy who went from grifting trying to be an Andrew Tate wannabe selling a course on masculinity and day trading to then pivoting to the next scam, pretending to be a bleeding heart leftist. Well, this little leftist clown just did a Jubilee episode, the 1v20 segment that they do there. Dean Withers versus 20 MAGA Republicans. And let's just say the way he presented what happened on his social media account doesn't exactly line up with, well, what actually happened. Let me show you guys this utter embarrassment. We got some stuff to get into, so let's roll the tape. All right, folks, so I log on social media this morning, and this pops up on my timeline. Dean Withers writes on X, "Here's my take from my recent 1v20 debate on Jubilee. MAGA is one of the most repulsively idiotic political movements in history." Interesting framing here. He's setting up his little Jubilee performance as a massive master class in destroying the right. And so I got a little bit curious and dug into the whole thing, and well, let's just say I think little Deanie boy here is a little bit delusional, to say the least. Let me play this one moment for you, and let me ask you, does this look like the total dismantling of MAGA to you?
Particularly the first statement that you made about the billions of Islamists calling them radical because they pray in public. Christians
That's
pray in
not why I
public
call them
all
radical
the
because
time.
they pray in public. I call them radical because they literally say that they will not
Yeah.
stop until Islam is in every single household in every country, and
So,
they have completely taken over. And
I
you can
think
see
that-
them say that everywhere.
I think that every mainstream religion, okay, wishes that everybody on earth agreed with
Not
their
at
religion.
all. No.
Yes, of course they do. Let me
No,
explain to you why.
Christians
Are you
don't.
are you a Christian?
I'm Jewish.
Okay, here, listen. I'm gonna ask you a question to the Christians in the circle. Do you guys think that the only way to get to heaven is to have faith in the gospel?
Absolutely, Jesus Christ.
Amen. And now I want you to put your flag down, okay, if you don't want everybody to go to heaven. Everybody still has their flag up. What that tells me is that everybody with their flags up thinks that the only way to get to heaven is to be a Christian, okay, and they want everybody to go to heaven. What does this mean? They want everybody to be a Christian. So from this guest's line of argumentation, everybody with their flag up is a radical extremist, no different than the Islamists that want everybody alive to believe that Muhammad is a prophet.
Okay, I have a question for the circle. All of the Christians in the circle, do you believe that if someone does not recognize Jesus Christ as their Lord and Savior, that they should be killed?
Base.
Islam
I'm happy.
does.
So,
once again, little Dean is a fish out of frickin' water. You know, he loves to present himself with this aura of authority. He likes to speak in an academic and matter-of-fact fashion. And that's cool and all, you know, that's dandy. You could present yourself as such. But to put on that act when you're an absolute moron who's speaking pure ignorance, that, I gotta tell you, is really something. Dean Withers absolutely destroys 20 MAGA chuds. By doing what? Engaging in possibly the dumbest fallacy imaginable? Conflating Christianity with Islam? Well, they're basically the same, bro. Christians are just as crazy. They want people to go to heaven. Yeah, let's just say there's a difference between evangelizing, peacefully preaching and try to spread your religion through ideas and discussion, and, well, you know, Islamic conquest. As Dean Withers' character presents himself as the greatest intellectual to ever bless us with his presence, yet he doesn't even understand the basic history. Islam spread by conquest and subversion, exactly what's happening right now. The radical mosques and imams that are pushing this stuff aren't even necessarily being coy, they're not even hiding it. The purpose is to take over, to outbreed and outnumber. And it all goes back to the founder of the religion, Muhammad, who was essentially a warlord. He led military campaigns to seize power across northern Africa. The Quran literally commands fighting non-believers until they subvert, they must pay a jizya tax in humiliation, but usually the dynamic is something along the lines of convert to Islam, or else we'll chop your freaking head off or shoot you in the back of the head. That's kind of the whole story of the Middle East and northern Africa over the last however many hundred years, otherwise known as the Arab conquest from the Middle East to North Africa, Persia, and even touching Spain at some point. You know, it's really curious. You ever notice how in Islamic countries there's basically no non-Muslims left, like Christians or Jews, who used to dominate those lands for centuries across northern Africa? Well, that's very simply because after the Arab conquest rolled through this region, they didn't peaceably take over as the dominant culture and religion while allowing the other religions to peacefully coexist in the same country. No, they treated Christians and Jews as second-class citizens, as subjects. They brutalized them until there was none of them left. They either subjugated you, forced you to convert, or killed you. The lucky ones fled. Essentially, they purged all non-Muslims in the act of what is called jihad. And over the centuries, what were once Christian heartlands, like Egypt, Syria, and Turkey, eventually became Islamic countries, and in Turkey, for instance, where they used to have nearly a 20% Christian population, today it's less than 0.2%, a fraction of a percent. And by the way, that same purge is happening right now in Nigeria, where Boko Haram is going around displacing and massacring thousands of Christians at a time, burning churches. We're gonna sit here and pretend as if it's the same thing. Yeah, Dean, you absolutely destroyed that MAGA chud. Holy freaking moly, this guy's a complete clown. And really, I think this kind of speaks to the left-wing standard, you know? It's not about winning on the ideas, it's not about being right. No, it's all about perception in left-wing circles. Just present this aura of intellectual superiority. Just simply paint your debate opponents as unserious and stupid, and you automatically win despite the facts. And that's also proven in his pathetic little post there. You know, MAGA is one of the most repulsively idiotic political movements in history, Dean Withers says. Yeah, he says that because that's obviously the cheap tactic. Who needs to win on the ideas when you can basically label your political opponents as generally morally repulsive? Just roll your eyes and scoff at everything they say, be super condescending and speak very confidently, and that's enough to convince your average moron watching the debate. Dean Withers didn't own anyone. If anything, this whole performance was massively embarrassing and likely set up, as we usually see with these Jubilee 1v20 encounters. You notice how when they bring a Republican on, they get as many seasoned left-wing debaters as possible, always bringing on people with experience, and usually to no avail. We've seen it time and time again, 20 leftoids getting mopped the floor with. But now that Dean Withers is on, all of a sudden, they put him up against what appear to be a couple freshly graduated high school students and some boomers in MAGA hats. And yet, despite the preferential environment, and despite what this clown is saying on X, he still managed to look like a complete, utter moron. Anyways, that's what I got. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you on the next one.
Every single one of these videos is the exact same. Every single one. And every single one of them gets 200,000 views, which means that people literally come in for that same exact slop every day of the fucking week.
Welcome back to a series so Toy Story. Even Woody subscribed. In today's video, Hassan is now calling XQC a monster for criticizing him and farming him for content. He implies he's a MAGA Trump fan and calls out his audience for making the Hassan meme. He's back trying to get Asmongold banned on Twitch. Hassan is crashing out over me big time after watching a biased video essay made by his fans. He's desperately trying to convert me onto his side, claiming that I should farm Asmongold for views instead. Maybe should have asked before trying to get me beaten, arrested, and potentially executed.
Singapore has the highest rate of state-sponsored executions on the planet. Oh my God, you're about to get caned, big dog.
He's now claiming his community never harasses anyone, and the only reason we hate him is we don't do any deep reading. Sorry we're not subscribed to Shakalas Monthly. Asmongold has responded, pointing out Hassan's
I can't.
insane
It's got to be old because he literally 9 hours ago he literally fucking had an interview where he couldn't name a single bookie thread. And we're not deep readers. Freaking idiot.
No crazy Karens were harmed in the making of this video, except perhaps their egos. Grab the popcorn. Oh no, grabbing her by the nape of the neck like a cat. Like a kitten. A giant obese kitten. Oh, her dude tried to come in and help her. And he's over there. This has got to be the most exercise these two have gotten all year. No, did you see that? We gotta put that in slow-mo. No, look at that jiggle. Look at that bounce. Let's just say no one's traveling to Morocco for that belly dance. Well, I hope the humiliation was worth it, Bertha. There she is being walked into the facility. Armed revolt time. Nice. Great. Are their lives so meaningless that they're willing to get shot on behalf of the Democrat Party?
We got ourselves
Are they
a real
such
life
simps and
hero.
subs for the
And
Democrats?
now he
That
wants
they're
to
willing to
be
put themselves in
paid.
harm's way? The cops are far more armed than you people, trust me. We don't want you here. Well, the federal government doesn't give a shit. So Minneapolis rioters tried to start their own CHAZ, their own autonomous zone, the no-go zone, and it was dismantled by the police overnight, pretty much instantly. And then the feds brought
got
in
some
the
shit
real
work for a
barricades,
fuck. Well,
Jersey
good luck.
barricades outside the
Looks
local
like
federal
it
building
kinda
in
made it.
Minneapolis, apparently. A lot of pepper balls were released in 2025, and a lot more being released in 2026. There they go, clear on the road there, giving no Fs whatsoever. Even shooting it into people's cars if they're trying to block the road. It looks like they're just shooting at people. And did someone say pepper spray? Holy cow. This dude's trying to stand his ground, getting straight shoved, getting straight wrecked. Oh, right to the face. Yeah, so that's assaulting federal agents, by the way. Throwing frozen snow, throwing ice at people. I hope the pepper spray to the face is worth it. This guy's like, what am I doing? Hey, leave me alone. Get back, get back. He won't listen. Oh, now he gets back. Now he learns, okay. This dude's like, I'm gonna use my human body to stop a car, 'cause I wanna be martyred, just like other people. You want to be martyred for the Democrat Party in the midterm election year. Pathetic. That's assuming that guy is not being paid, and a lot of these people are being paid. They've literally admitted to being paid.
Do you have a job? Do you have a job?
Exactly. Laura Ingram's right there from Fox News. She's like, we got it. We got them admitting it.
Game on you guys.
This hippie dude's super angry. And is he wearing flip-flops? No.
Guys.
Dude.
Coward.
What degree? How cold is it out there? This bro's wearing flip-flops?
That is standing up for our rights and was murdered. What?
So this guy's proof that not all protesters are paid. Some just stumbled by while they're on DMT.
You're gonna push me? What is for? What is that for? What is that for?
Back up.
What is that for? You're gonna push me? What is that for?
He's like, no, really, what is your badge for? I'm high as a kite. Oh no, now people are shoving Greg Bovino, the Border Patrol chief. Assaulting him. Look at this person. What are you doing? And their little friends, their little Fat hipster friends step in, get shoved down to the snow, get arrested, of course. What did they expect?
Get back! Who's down there? What's your name? Give me your hand! Who's down there? Give up your hand!
More fat subs. That should be the title of this video. Fat subs getting arrested in the funniest ways. Oh no, in Minneapolis, that looks like a knee on the back. Oh shoot. Wow. I dare you to figure out their gender. The other dude was on DMT, but these ladies have just been freebasing tea, sounds like. Listen to those voices. Social media has made losers like this as dramatic and self-important as delusional Hollywood actors. Gotta love misleading captions like this, saying that Trump's brown shirts are abducting a kid. They're actually detaining someone who is blocking ICE vehicles after an illegal immigrant was detained. Off to juvie you go, idiot. And other people trying to stop the car. Looks like there are about to be way more arrests. Apparently a driver in Portland has completely had it with these protesters blocking the roads. There he goes flipping them off, and now he's about to say some unkind things and do something else. What are you retards doing? Wait right here, sounds like a threat. That guy was pissed, but maybe not as pissed as this Minnesota driver.
Who voted for Trump and they completely disown that. They don't believe in that anymore.
So someone's giving some bullshit interview, and then there's a car right there. Dude jumps on top of the car for some reason, and then they all start throwing stuff at it. Meanwhile,
Protester, maybe they did hit the protester.
No, the protester jumped on top of the car.
We're seeing some of the protesters chased down in that car.
It wasn't even that big of a crowd on that part of the street. A bunch of jobless idiots and paid morons blocking the street for regular people trying to get home and see their families. Democrat Party base, everyone. But most Karens, as annoying as they can be, no better than to actually try and murder police.
If I continually see you following us, interfering with us, honking your horn, blocking our cars, you have a very high probability of making a really bad decision and being arrested today, okay?
At best.
I'm not.
Oh, then why are you giving her a warning?
I'm giving her a warning.
Why do they all look like this? Does this lady have a nose ring?
And ruin your life. Okay, thank you. Okay, alrighty. Thank you. Have a good day.
I hope you have a terrible day.
What pleasant people. What bad decision did the ICE agent make? Border Patrol agent, other than to enforce the law. But I love how they talk a lot of smack.
I hope you have a terrible
I hope you have a terrible day, and then they just drive right off. More Karens. Oh no. What's she doing? She's honking. She's like, that's not enough. I'm gonna get out of the car.
Don't shoot us! Don't murder us!
Don't try and shoot them, idiot. Don't try and murder them. So she gets out of the car finally. Waddles over.
Right here, right there, right there. These are the guys, they won't show their faces, they're taking these people.
He waves.
No reason.
Yeah, no reason. No reason.
Traffic stop. You went to fear my traffic
Are you a police officer?
I am a police officer. What does it say? Ooh, federal officer, right?
Is that what it says?
You can read, right? I'm asking you twice. Third time I'm gonna make you. If you resist,
And all of a sudden she shuts up and backs off.
Unlawfully. They're taking these men unlawfully. They're taking...
She's at such a loss of words, she just starts repeating herself like a broken alarm. This brave Karen decided to take her 6-year-old to an active police scene.
back up.
They're telling her to back up.
Influence anything. I don't, no.
I need you to get here.
No, I won't.
Ma'am, I need you to leave.
It's my right to be here.
Back up out.
I will not.
One of our cars as well. You were too close right now. You were interfering.
I'm not gonna get out of my face. I'm a
active police.
Why I'm far enough away from your investigation.
Step beyond our car. Beyond our car.
Where's the car? Right here.
There.
Great.
Lady.
That's great.
Oh, and she has a certain look. I don't have Just
right here. I have a 6-year-old right here.
Dude's just taking her picture. She sees that that's her child.
Yes, child in danger.
Get your child off of the scene. It's an active police scene.
It's an
This is all on camera right now, too. Right here.
Yes, I'm wonderful. I'm very glad for it.
Get your child out of here.
I can be right here. I'm happy right here.
So some of these Karens are so crazy that they're actively trying to murder ICE agents and they're getting themselves killed in the process. And this lady's like, sure, I'll take my 6-year-old there.
You have the right to videotape.
I do, thank you, sir.
Listen to me right now.
I'm gonna listen.
But we have someone that's being detained right here, okay? You have a...
Tell me where you need me to go exactly.
I have a 6-year-old child.
No car seat, okay? Do me a favor. You can videotape all you like, but you have to stay. You cannot come past that driveway, okay?
Perfect. I'll be right back. Thank you.
Thank you. Stay at your car, though, okay?
Thank
You're
you.
more than welcome to videotape.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. They always start out with such an attitude and then they immediately back down.
Get
No.
Do you hear me? Get the out of Minnesota.
Let did they hear you, sweetie?
This is actually so disgusting. Shooting a white gal in the head.
Whoa. White gal? Why do you have to specify her race? Does that mean it's beyond the pale?
And they're lying about it. She was not trying to run them over.
I guess she hasn't seen the video where it proves beyond a doubt that that lady was absolutely running her car into an ICE agent with the intention of killing him.
So ICE, get the, and I mean get the
Yes.
Minnesota now. Trump, you can go bye-bye too now. I've had it. I do not want to live.
I didn't do not want to live in this country like this. I gotta say that the Minnesota accent makes it a bit cuter. Guys, listen to the Wicked Witch of Minneapolis or she might put a spell on you. Though putting a spell on someone might be the only way she gets a dude to smash her. I genuinely can't tell if she looks more like Rosie O'Donnell on her worst day or Edna Mode on meth.
They murdered a white woman today. As an AFAB, femme-presenting, non-binary person.
AFAB?
My only saving grace. In the white supremacy hierarchy, the second in rank is
Oh.
But
So this fine specimen is worried about losing her privilege as a white lady. Trust me, Jabba the Fupa. No one thinks of you as a lady anymore so much as the final boss of septum ring theory. I don't know what's going on here. A Walmart or a Target? I think it's a Walmart. Alright, so they got a guy, like some ICE agents.
I just don't want Yeah, but I understand. Y'all bogus as hell for that. Yep, it's gonna be the rich front, so if you go this way, make it right.
What's going on?
Some dude I have no idea what's happening. If you don't know what's happening, maybe you should stop barking at the agents. Talking crap on them.
What's your name?
Victor? This is bullshit. Alright, they got you, Victor. Bullshit! Bullshit!
This guy just got me. Get out of Minnesota. Get out of here.
Okay.
509.
Is someone just shouting at the agents, get out of here? Get out of here. Does he really think they're going to turn around and listen to him and just like walk out?
Hey, well, guys!
Nazis.
I was just in Minneapolis.
Oh my god. You bogus as hell for that. It's funny, these Karens, the funniest part was when Victor started speaking Spanish and the Karens didn't understand him because they speak English. The irony's too thick. Also, in videos like these, you always see the guy like yell his name and it's like Victor or Jose or something like that. I honestly dare any of these women to call up their local ICE facility and ask how Jose is doing. Accidental prank call for sure. But who knew that Minneapolis is the Portland of the Midwest? I guess back in 2020 we should have figured that out since both cities were on fire by their own crazed Democrat Party-based citizens setting it on fire.
I think ISIS actions in the state are...
Or piercing, of course.
We don't want them here. We don't want them taking our neighbors. Oh.
But you didn't care when Obama did it. Didn't give a fuck.
What are we doing? What is our country?
And what are you doing? And what are you trying to be in your old age?
These are people who are
man or a woman?
not hurting anyone.
Like, for what? This is based on hate, right? Like, it's all based out of hate.
I mean, I just don't believe that whoever shot this person is going to come to justice, and that's sickening.
Yeah, he should have just let himself be killed. Alright. But not all the protesters are super violent, some are just regular nuts. Frankly, I'd much rather see these loony bins do stuff like this than to try and actually murder ICE agents and potentially get themselves killed in the process. But the real question is, when will we see enough Karen ass cracks as a nation to decide enough is enough? Thanks for watching, everyone. I'll catch you on the next one. Be sick it that I show entitled liberal protesters or crazy Karens getting straight checked, or I say naughty things about unnamed events. The 2020 election, my videos get flagged, and YouTube takes all my revenue. If you would like me to keep exposing these idiots while staying fully independent, consider supporting me for just $5 a month on Buy Me a Coffee. The link's in the pinned comment in the description. And thanks for having my back.
Flicked an unlit cigarette in my face and threw his garbage on the ground.
Without knowing the individual's identity, it becomes challenging for the police and the property owner to enforce the trespass order, and as explained, Deputy Jones couldn't detain the suspect because trespassing someone is a civil thing. Hitting the manager in the head with a cigarette constitutes assault, but the fact that the cigarette was lit is considered an aggravating factor, increasing the severity of the assault charge. Because of this, Deputy Jones will now arrest the suspect who has, in the meantime, gone to his home.
Come here. Sheriff, okay, I'm going to arrest all Rick's dog. Damn. Stop. Hands behind your back. Hands behind your back. Explain it. Hands behind your back. Please, explain it to me. All right. Relax. I didn't do it. Are you going to really put me on a charge that I didn't do? What? What do you mean? What do you mean? No, dude. What the? No. Now you got to
I didn't do this. I didn't do this, man. You know this is bull. Oh, wait, what the? This how you handle your job? I swear to God, I'm gonna sue this county. Let me get some cold air. Stop. I'll shut up. I'll shut up. Let me get some cold air. You're crooked as not a cop. Straight lies. I'm gonna sue this county, mother. Unlawful detainment. I stood my ground. You guys jumped me like a bunch of coons. No! You! This is shit, man. I ain't f***ing nothing. I didn't commit no crime, and you know it. Mother. Would you stop it? I'm doing this so I can breathe a little easier. That's it. Look, here go my hands. Here go my hands, you boy mother. You ain't coming back here and beating me up. You wanna cuff me? You. It ain't your car. You buy it? Did you buy it? Exactly, county car. Don't spit your county car. I paid for this car. With my taxes I paid.
We're going to uncuff you, put your hands behind your back. We're going to conduct a proper pat down.
Okay.
Put you back in the car. I've got a water for you.
Okay.
Okay, if you buck up at any point, decide when you go to undo your handcuffs, if you buck up, try to flee, fight, whatever, dogs come out, dogs bite you.
If you would not have caused any problems, we wouldn't be here.
Dude.
You understand that?
That's what we're trying to do.
No, you gotta loosen it.
I am.
No, you gotta loosen it. Don't f*** it at all.
We're loosening it, dude, but you gotta quit moving.
Where's my water? I promise you. Go get it for you. Have a seat. Go get it. Please. Have a seat. Go get it. Have a seat. I kept my word. Go keep yours.
Correct.
Have a seat. I get it. Tilt that up.
Thank you. Flick that cigarette on the manager.
I did not flick a cigarette on anybody. You were standing right there.
I did not see it. I had my head turned.
Okay, so you were standing right there talking to me.
Mr. Key, we're done talking about it, okay?
That's crazy. With these handcuffs, I would have beat your ass. with handcuffs behind my back, I'd the floor with you. I hope North Korea runs this country. I hope we get nuclear bombed and they tell me it's in my best interest to give my kids away. So I surrender my kids and now everything's being held against me. I know that's what it is. I can't even do nothing about it, man. Man.
And now, a case from Rhode Island that ended up in all the media. You are watching City Council member Matthew Riley, who was noticed in an unconscious state in a parking lot in broad daylight. When the officer came to check on him, Matthew had a cracked pipe in his hand, and in the same second he saw the officer, he realized that he had made the dumbest mistake ever.
Yes, sir.
Put interlock your fingers. Interlock your fingers. Do you have any weapons on you?
No, not at all.
Oh, no way. Really?
Yes. I was on my way back in court.
Well, Rusty's gonna come check you out, man. I can't let you go. You were literally choking in your sleep. Somebody flagged me down about it.
Oh, I have sleep apnea. I'm sorry.
Well, and then you have a crack pipe in your hand, so it's like...
Come on, sir.
But listen, I have a body camera. Obviously, everything I have is recorded. You know that, and what I've observed is on camera, so I can't pretend I didn't. You know, so Rusty's gonna come here, and they're gonna check you out. You know, as far as I know, there's no drugs anywhere, so I can't, you know, so there's not a criminal investigation. There's more a health or well-being check type thing.
Thank you.
Yeah, I obviously have to document it, you know. You can have that back.
Thank you. So will we no arrest?
What?
Will we no arrest?
No. Are there any drugs in the car or anything like that?
No, nothing.
Alright. How long have you had this problem, man?
It was a relapse. I've been 13 years. Just went through a really, really bad divorce.
Okay. You know, if any of that was lazy or something or anything, you were out, and like, looked like you were choking.
Really?
Yeah. That's why somebody literally sprinted and flagged me down because I thought you were having a heart attack or choking.
No, not very at all. Oh, sorry.
It's alright. Can you sit over for a minute, please? Thank you. If you're unsteady on your feet, just find maybe one of those curves or something.
Can you 22 lobby for a civil complaint, please?
The officer suspects there are illegal substances in the vehicle and quickly checks while waiting for backup.
Is Todd available?
You want me to get him over here?
Would you mind?
Yeah. I don't mind. Just do me a favor, can you come over to the front of mine? Thanks. Just hang out in the front while I make this phone call. Thanks.
The discovery of Matthew with a cracked pipe in his hand constitutes possession of drug paraphernalia. Even in the absence of actual drugs, possession of paraphernalia is enough for a charge. Public officials are often held to higher standards of conduct, so Matthew might face scrutiny, ethical inquiries, or calls for resignation after such incident. Now, reinforcements have arrived and they will search the suspect's car since there is a strong suspicion that there are illegal substances in the vehicle.
Just a smaller little rock so we don't have to break anything.
If we get a little bit with the
powder?
Yeah. I'll do it. I'll try to forget it.
Yeah, it's kind of awkward.
He claims he was tired and he may have sleep apnea, but I don't think that's gonna...
Well, especially like this.
Yeah. Fentanyl?
Coke.
Yeah.
I can test it for fentanyl.
Test it for both, just to make
do all the evidence stuff for him.
Thank you. All right, so is he Rescue's good with him?
Yeah, they're just finishing up right now.
All right. Yeah, I know. It's not like I have an option here, man. Sorry. Let me know if they're a little too tight or anything. We can loosen up. All right.
There's stuff all over that car. When your mother gets in that car, I bet she sits in that, touches her face or mouth and goes down.
I have no idea.
No, I mean the fentanyl. Yeah, you don't know what you're buying. Did you buy that today? Yesterday. Yeah. You don't, is the same guy you usually buy it from?
Illegally made and distributed fentanyl has been on the rise. It is often mixed with heroin or cocaine, which significantly amplifies its potency and potential dangers. The United States has seen a significant increase in overdose deaths involving synthetic opioids, primarily driven by fentanyl. According to the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, over 56,000 opioid-related overdose deaths occurred in the United States in 2020, and a large portion of these involved fentanyl.
They're not all honest people.
No, I mean,
once or twice.
yeah, but whoever you buy it from, if you continuously buy it from them, you know who you're buying it from. You don't know what people are putting in it.
No, I understand.
You know, they may have made that, but that's a big rock you got in there. What's that, a $50 piece? 100.
Yeah, so I just got back into this.
This is terrible situation. We're all in a tough spot, but we gotta do right by the numbers. It'll help you in the end. Believe me when I tell you. We can't go down this road anymore.
No.
God forbid we find you dead. That's terrible. You know what I mean? You were down in the car. You gotta get on a program right away. I look at you. You're not the Matt Riley that we know. Trust me. And listen. Your health and your well-being is worth way more than any political career.
I don't care.
Yeah, we'll keep it. Listen, we're not. We don't report nothing to the media unless someone tells them. So, and then arrest records are public record. I'm not gonna lie to you. We have to release an arrest record by law. You know. All right, jump in before you. We just want to make sure we gotta monitor you because you're taking
Just, I'm gonna pat you down again, all right?
You're taking in some fentanyl, Matt, and that's we're gonna be sure you may not feel it right now, but God forbid something happens to you.
Yeah, no, I've never done that.
I feel terrible about that, you know? I mean, there's all on the seat.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. I had an appointment on. I was 17.
All right. I'll crack a window for you in a second. How you feeling? Alright, I'm talking about, I don't want you nodding out or anything.
No.
Have you been arrested before? Like recently? No. Not on probation? Yeah, then you're gonna most likely get out fairly quickly.
The substance found in his car tested positive for crack cocaine and fentanyl, and Matthew got charged with possession of controlled substance. Police received a tip about a drug deal in progress, and several units went to the scene to catch the criminals in the act. However, as soon as he saw them, the suspect sped off, initiating a chase. Considering the chase was extremely dangerous for others on the road, it was eventually called off. Later, they located the vehicle and towed it to the station.
Alright, let's go up and see, yeah, so it's got damage. So front end damage. Oh, look at how scraped up that is. He had to have hit something on the back. Had to. But maybe not.
After 2 months of surveillance, they set up an ambush for the suspect.
Hands up! Hands up! Hands up! Don't move. Don't move. Told you we'd get you. What's up, Gabriel? Don't move. Don't move. Car's off. Let's go. Girlfriend? Oh, my niece. Let's go, man. It ain't worth it. Hey. Don't try running, man. You think you're gonna outrun me now? So he's your uncle? It's okay. Your uncle, I don't want you to get scared, but your uncle ran from the police a while ago. Okay? Okay? You're not in trouble. Okay?
No, I know I'm not in trouble. It's just, that was unexpected. Like,
I get you. Is this his stuff or whose stuff is this?
my stuff.
This is all yours.
Yeah, everything in here is mine. I don't know. I didn't hear if you trying to do anything. I don't.
Okay, he didn't bring any bags with him.
No.
You 100% sure?
Yeah.
Because if we get a dog here,
It seems that the niece was in shock because after a minute she started claiming that those were not her belongings, but instead they belonged to her Uncle Gabriel.
this is his stuff? This is all his stuff? Yeah. So you're saying
No, that's his stuff.
this is not yours?
No, that's not it.
Okay, this is his, right? Okay, because I'm just documenting this on camera. This is his.
No, yeah.
This is not yours. Okay. This is his. Yep. Hey. Hey, Gabriel. Really?
The weapon found by the police has just complicated the entire situation. The niece's claim that everything in the car, including the firearm, belongs to her uncle is a crucial point. The legal responsibility for the gun depends on ownership and possession. She now has to convince the officers that the weapon is not hers, as the vehicle in which it was found is registered to her, and she initially claimed that everything was hers.
So, this is your uncle, right?
Yeah, that's
Where
my
do you,
blood.
your blood uncle?
Yeah.
Where do you live? Okay, did he call you to get picked up or what happened?
Yeah. I go clean his house with him sometimes.
You clean his house, okay.
And he asked me if I could just go take him to my grandma's house.
Okay.
That was it.
Does he drive or no?
I don't know. He just asked me to go take him to my grandma's house. And
Okay. What's gonna happen right now is we're gonna have to tow the car.
my car?
Yeah, because all the illegal stuff in that bag is his. Okay, you told us it's his. I asked you. We're gonna lock it up, and it's gonna get towed to Niles Police Department. Do you know where that's at?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Well, she told us it's not his. They're not hers. It's his. On camera, so we had to take that out of the car. And this car, you own the car? Okay.
It's my car.
It's your car. Okay, so we're gonna tow it. We're gonna have to tow it. Okay. Based on everything your uncle had in the car, you even telling me I asked you whose bags are these. You said it was his. My partner saw him walk into the car. Everything is on camera. So.
We've been watching it for a while.
But
so
I'm just saying that's not your bag.
Yeah, that's not my. That's none of my stuff or anything. I don't know. I didn't know anything he had in that bag. I didn't know anything.
Wait, can I talk to my niece real quick?
We released her. She's not being charged right now.
No,
So,
I know. I just want.
well, we can let you make a phone call. No, we can't. We can't let you talk to her. I'm sorry.
Even with you guys listening,
Recording. I know. I'm sorry. It's like policy. They don't want.
Can you ask her to call my brother?
Yeah, I can let
My girlfriend.
Yeah, your girlfriend and brother? Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Hey, you first, you have any food in there, donuts you want? We can bring with you. We're gonna read you your rights, but I just gotta get just basic information first, your full name, last name, all that stuff, okay? Give me 1 second. We'll let you make phone calls. This is not admitting any guilt. This is nothing with guilt, okay? And I'm even saying this is nothing admitting guilt. This is just us giving you your rights and you just advising that, yes, we gave you your rights. Okay. You don't want to sign? Okay. I'll put refused, okay? Refused. There's going to be charges from today with your, is that your niece in the car? Okay. For everything that was in that car. Okay. There's going to be charges on that. We may also
go after your girlfriend because she was in the car from September, that September incident. We may also go after her because we've attempted to contact her and she refused to come in. She refused to pick up the car. So there may be charges with her. I don't know if is she like a medical student? Does she do anything in the medical field? Or is she a nurse or something or no? Oh, you don't have to, that's fine. So why don't you call your lawyer, tell him where you're at, let him know what's going on, tell him know what happened. I'm sure he knows because he talked to my partner. Right, he talked to my partner 3 or 4 times, and we suggested you come in and you didn't do that, so.
Get out of the car! Out of the car now! Out of the car! Is this your car? Get out! Show me your hands, okay? Just step out. Who's in the passenger seat? Whose car is it? Stop! Stay right there. Stop! This car is stolen. Destiny? Stop! Now! Sir, get out of the car, please. Get out of the car. Shut the door. Turn around. Turn around.
What did I
Stop.
do? I didn't do
You
nothing.
stole the car. Stop.
I didn't steal the
Stop.
car.
Come here. Destiny, stay right there. Don't move. Do not move. Come here. Whose vehicle is this? Stop moving. Stop moving. Okay, come here. Come here. Now, stop. We're not playing these games. Yes, you did. Because this is a stolen vehicle.
I do not know that, sir.
I'm telling you right now, this is a stolen vehicle, okay?
Thank you for awareing me,
Okay, now stand right here, please, okay?
How are you detaining me, sir?
I'm gonna put handcuffs on you. Stop.
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 Please, please, sir.
I'm putting handcuffs on you. Destiny, stop. Now.
Stop, sir, please.
You be bogus because no.
Hands behind your back now. Hands behind your back now.
No.
You're going down the ground if you do not put your hands behind. You're going down to the ground. Back up now. Back up. Destiny, hands behind your back now. Stop moving.
I swear to God.
Stop moving.
How was the car stolen?
You stole it. That's all.
What do you mean? How was?
Stop now. Get in here. Get in here now.
Do you ain't
Ma'am?
gonna touch me?
Destiny,
Look
get in here now.
Take off.
Get in here now. Sir, get out of the vehicle now. Stop going in the vehicle. Out. Stay right there. I'm not telling you again.
Meet Destiny and her boyfriend Andrew. During regular patrol, an officer was informed that a vehicle was stolen nearby and that a girl named Destiny was suspected of the theft. The officer quickly spotted the stolen vehicle and stopped it, and the thieves immediately got out to protest. The main problem here is that the thieves are visibly agitated and scared, and the officer is absolutely alone, so anything can be expected in such situations.
Get inside the vehicle.
No, I'm not gonna
Get inside the vehicle now.
I can't do that. I don't.
Yes, you can.
I got it. I'll sit on the floor.
Here, you got about 2 seconds to get in the car. I'm putting you in there.
What are you gonna do?
Get in there,
I
pal. Get in.
You're still a rookie yet.
Sir, listen to me, okay? You're going to be detained right now, okay?
Well, I'm getting
If you're
detained for it.
because you're in possession of a stolen vehicle.
I'm trying to
You
tell you, sir,
understand that?
listen, I understand. Listen to me, sir.
The feds allowing Tony to hear the tape is a great scene. You wonder even, what was the point of it? I don't think the feds would ever seriously consider that Tony would flip, even after hearing the tapes. Maybe just to create a little disintegration for Rekt. There's an element to Agent Frank that feels slightly sadistic, like he gets a personal satisfaction at knowing the pain he's about to cause Tony. It's a sentiment that looks completely opposite to what Agent Harris is feeling in this scene. It's evident he finds the whole thing uncomfortable, perhaps because he can see the fruitlessness of the endeavor, but also because, as later seasons would dive into further, there's a clear affection, or sympathy at least, that Agent Harris has for Tony. He starts off as a nice guy anyway, choosing to come through the back of the Sopranos household so Tony has time to prepare his kids instead of traumatizing them in an early episode. And here, perhaps Harris simply felt for a man who's learning the guy's own mother once he's gone. Gandolfini is expectedly superb. We've learned enough about Tony Soprano over the course of the season to know that the slow, long blink is enough to pinpoint the moment that the man's heart just broke. Hearing not only his uncle plotting to murder him, but that it was Livia who was manipulating him. Ultimately, it's one of the many blunders of the FBI in the show, and all it really achieves is getting Tony to understand how dangerous his mother really is and springing him into action against Junior's crew. There is a supposed plot hole in this scene, as one of the taped conversations was actually an outdoor one between Livia and Junior as they waited in line for a movie instead of a scene in Green Grove, with it only being established that Green Grove was wired up. We'd have to conclude that the video was being recorded during the conversation. And is it a stretch to suggest the old fella behind Livia is the same FBI agent Soprano? It does look like the whole thing is him. The guy who played the Fed is only credited with that single episode. Perhaps it was a parabolic microphone, something brought up later on in the show during the bugging of the lamp, that Tony is paranoid about parabolics, and maybe this paranoia came from this incident with the Feds. But it's not a big deal really. In our headcanon, we can simply argue an agent was taping at the time. The fact that Junior knows about the therapy leads Tony to nip it in the bud, getting Paulie, Silvio and Camel Nose together and telling them the truth. The reactions are curious. Silvio, ever the consigliere, takes it all in and concludes the meeting with some wise words.
Look, this thing of ours, where it's going, be better if we could admit to each other these are painful, stressful times.
Paulie makes the slightly startling revelation that he himself also saw a shrink, and hilariously declares he learned some coping skills. You know, it's enigmatic and world-building pieces of dialogue like this that really make me appreciate the show. Some people think I'm obsessed with the show and talk about all sorts of unnecessary details, but when the characters are this good, and someone like Paulie says something like that, it really does make you wonder what the situation was behind his therapy. When you're driving home from work or you're in the shower, these are the kind of things that enter your mind. In fact, it's quite an emotionally mature response from Paulie. Tony has allowed himself to be put in the position of vulnerability, out of necessity of course, and thus Paulie has reciprocated by telling him his own. It plays to a larger theme, as suggested by Silvio's line, that all of these guys, men in general, have internal issues that they don't talk about, and would probably be better off reaching out for. Is he just trying to suck up to the big man? I doubt it, especially since Silvio brings it up again in the final scene and Paulie doesn't deny it.
You saw a fucking psychiatrist, not a woman. I can't get past that.
I wonder if it was some kind of court-ordered anger management clause so he avoids throwing chairs at ghosts and using slurs against psychics. Or perhaps he went to his regular doctor with his germophobia, and his frustrated doctor referred him to a psychiatrist. But in any case, it's the older two veteran mobsters who are more open to Tony's revelation than his protege nephew. Chrissy is distraught. He's been trying to play the big, tough mafioso, even avoiding showing weakness in an early episode in the car with Tony when the big man was trying to decipher what was wrong with him. He's no mental midget, not this skinny guinea. He does this to appease Tony, his hero, his mentor, and now finds out that all this time, Tony was seeing a shrink. Not only something that traditionally would have you killed, but a bombshell which shatters Chrissy's image of Tony as the strong, masculine Gary Cooper kind that he looks up to. Tony is a tower of strength. He is Christopher's surrogate father. He epitomizes La Cosa Nostra, something Chris aspires to be an intrinsic part of. He admires him, he wants to be like him. So how can this man be seeing a counselor, a symbol of weakness? It doesn't make sense to him. It doesn't compute. Chrissy's estimation of Tony as a mob boss fucking plummets him. Christopher has always preferred the technique of positive visualization to therapy, and here his illusion of Tony is forced to break, bringing about feelings of betrayal and disappointment that would only be compounded as the show went on. There's also the fact that Chrissy was so desperate to be an OG, wanting to prove that he's a mobster through and through, that perhaps he felt walking out in a dignified public act of defiance and adherence to mob law would up his stature, much like how he wants to take out the parade float after he's outed, considering it an honor. But when it comes to actually doing the deed, he claims he's got too many things on his plate. He wants to prove he's just as tough and effective as his hero is. But it turns out, John Wayne is more John Waters. His coach turned into a pumpkin. There's many moments in the show of characters having to come face to face that the illusion of certain things are a fantasy, and the inability to cope and respond. Tony becomes sickened that Paulie is a loudmouth annoyance instead of the stone-cold gangster he thought of him as a kid in Remember When. Christopher combats with the idea that his father, the great Dickie Montesanto, was nothing more than a junkie. Tony discovers the older legends like Feech are nothing more than an irritation in the modern world. And much of Phil Lertado's bitterness stems from him doing 20 years in the can, not a peep, for a set of values and codes that no one lives by anymore. This scene also harks back to AJ's revelation about Tony at the end of Meadowlands, and again, the dynamics are very similar. A literal father and son in AJ's case. It goes back to the idea of realizing your dad isn't Superman, that he has flaws and vulnerabilities too, and how you deal with that. Emotional maturity that Christopher lacks at this point in the show.
Get the preambles.
Okay, so I guess if you click on this video, you know who Tony is. And you'll also know the most discussed aspect of The Sopranos is always the ending. As Tony sat at the diner with his family and the screen blacked out. What happened? Was Tony killed? Was it Zelensky? Fucker! Or did life just carry on as normal? What does the ending mean? For sure, I have never really been too interested in discussing this show's ending, and I think that people are starting to get bored. Discussions on the ending, they died on the vine, petered out. I made a video on it some time ago, which was basically a compilation of everything David Chase publicly said on the ending. A video which is now out of date, as he's spoken about it multiple times since. For me, discussions on the ending were somewhat redundant.
No, I don't want to talk about that situation ever again with anybody.
Because I always felt it didn't matter whether Tony died or not, or who had him popped. For me, the ending surmised that Tony Soprano was finished, every which way but loose. He had way too many enemies, his loyal circle were dead, and he had Carlo's testimony hanging over him. As he says himself, there's only two endings for a guy like him, jail or dead. Plus, he has completely lost his humanity by the end of the season. This is more important. The final scene harks back to Tony's dinner with his family in the season 1 finale, where he tells them to remember the little moments. AJ makes a callback to this, which Tony doesn't even remember and assumes is sarcasm. Even Junior, with his mind rotting from dementia, still remembers the little moments.
We used to play catch.
Tony has wronged so many people, by the time someone does have him killed, it doesn't matter who it was because so many people were justified in wanting him gone. Tony Soprano is finished, and he doesn't even have Melfi's therapy sessions anymore to slow the toxicity process. In any case though, the ending of The Sopranos is still worth discussing. Using the technique of positive visualization, I do feel Tony bought it in the end. And rather than present a case of what I thought happened, I made a video compiling all the major ending theories and highlighting the evidences. Did Rhiannon have something to do with it? Was Little Carmine pulling the strings? Could multiple theories be true at the same time? As in, maybe New York put out a hit on Tony and yet Eugene's wife's hitman got there first. Check out that video I did on the ending, plus a bonus one I did on Eugene's connection with the ending theory. This is the best theory on The Sopranos' ending, in my opinion. The most logical conclusion as to who did Tony in. One of the reasons is that it is explicitly stated in the show. We're not going into the unknown not knowing. There's no mental gymnastics required to come to this conclusion. We decapitate and do business with what's left, as Phil Leotardo says at one point. They got redundant upper management, bleeds off half the kick, take them out and absorb the whole thing.
Well, I'd shake your hand, but I bet
Plus,
you got
need I mention that one of the
dysentery.
original
The way you
endings of the
smell.
show had Tony whacked by New York? The point being is that Tony getting killed by the Lupatazis has always been in the air. Phil planned it. Butchie tried to do it during the war. It's stated in the show and is planned, unlike other theories. It's just a matter of whether New York went through with it and who was involved. Sylvia even says at one point that people are being swayed to new management. You don't need to be San Tzu to feel it's the most plausible theory. It has connective tissue from previous events and would work for several reasons, not least because it feels organic and something realistic, for reasons I will discuss
Well,
in time.
look here, boys.
So let's take
We
a
got
look at the
ourselves a
evidences
real
and
life hit. Don't
motivations
test my
for each
patience.
of the three
It's
characters,
thinner than
starting
your
with
wallet.
Butch. In this video, I'm not too interested in symbolisms and dreams, though I will talk about that kind of stuff a bit. I'm more focused on character motivations and tangible evidences. Now, I've already made a video on why Butch was
Well,
sold out.
I guess I'm gonna have to pay you now that you did it.
So I won't go into that. But Butch had his eyes everywhere.
I don't like
He
you.
saw that the war was
maybe
costly
get
and he
moving,
had battles to
jackass.
see.
Just don't
He
pay
may have
by
made a
the
truce
hour.
with Tony in their
What's
sit-down
the
and
matter?
backed off,
Can't
but
find what
Butch
you're
had
looking
plenty
for?
of reasons for wanting Tony dead. I mean, he straight up hates the guy, as shown by his general demeanor towards Mr. Taipei personality. Whether at Phil's house with the drills, when he squares up to Tony at the hospital, and the mere fact that Tony pointed a gun at his face and threatened him during the Coco beatdown. In a world where throwing food at someone has to be resolved, this was a major event that went unpunished. And remember, Butch was don-ho about killing Tony when talking with Phil. It was he who was really pushing it at
Watch
the time
yourself,
when even Mr.
stranger. I
Pavlovi
know
was
some fellers
unwilling
that
to
break
cause
legs.
Alright, I'm gonna log out for the evening. I'll see you guys in the morning.
Through the grapevine that Tony was about to go down on the Rico case. And it would be in the best
Probably be
interest of
playing
New
this
York if
unless
Tony was taken
I
out to
change my
avoid
mind
flipping,
or you guys
which,
talk
as
me
I
out of it.
discussed in a previous video,
But
is
see you in
more
the
likely
morning.
than not by the end of the show.
Have
It's
a wonderful
interesting to
evening.
ponder whether it was